On the first day of New Year I started dieting. By summer I will be slim. On the second day of New Year I went and joined a gym. Well done to me, and by summer I will be slim. On the third day of New Year I still wasn't drinking. Congratulate myself, well done to me, and by summer I will be slim. On the fourth day of New Year I ordered takeout in. It's just a cheat meal, one will not hurt me. Don't you dare judge me, 'cause by summer I will be slim. On the fifth day of New Year my muscles were aching, so I skipped the gym. 4 sessions done, 1 day off won't hurt. I will go back tomorrow, but by summer I will be slim. On the 6th day of New Year the cravings had kicked in. Had a piece of chocolate, I skipped the gym. But I've been really good all sodding weak and I deserved a treat. But by summer I'll still be thin. On the 12th day of New Year I weighed myself again. 12 pounds gained in 11 days of hell. 10 mental breakdowns, 9 nights secret eating, 8 all my feelings, 7 cakes demolished, 6 chocolates finished, cancelled the gym, forgot the diet 3 days ago, opened 2 bottles of wine and accepted I'll never be slim.
Happy New Year indeed, friends. Welcome in. So good to see everyone joining us today. December 30th. Boy, what a fast year this has been. We have a kind of a different show today than we had in years previous. And I think we're going to do something fun. It's going to be an enjoyable time for all of us. And what's this guy doing with this camera? We're supposed to have a live shot from Times Square, and this guy's shooting the camera all around. That's what's going on in New York City behind me. They're getting ready for the big ball drop tomorrow night. And as you know, that marks the start of, well, 26. And we're going to talk a lot about what 26 is going to bring, what it will look like, from our perspective. And we could be wrong about it, but it's always a lot of fun to get in there and look and see, what our predictions are going to be. I love not just being the only one to have predictions, but also my 2 co-hosts today will be sharing their views on it. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to tell you a quick story how this got started, the December 30th the deal that we do every year. This is the 12th year. This is number 12 of doing an event on December 30th. Why December 30th? Well, it was kind of an impromptu thing back, I think it was 2012, 2013 when we started this. And I was sitting around, I was bored that week between Christmas and New Year's. I really wasn't doing very much. And I started to call some friends and chat with them online, and they're sitting on their hands too. And I said, hey, why don't we get together in the studio? Let's hang out and maybe we'll do some Facebook Lives, that kind of thing. And they said, yeah, that'd be a great idea. So they did. 8-10 people came in, and we had a little bit of fun. And, after that, we'd go out for dinner and network. And, it kind of grew from there. And year after year, we kept doing events on December 30th. And, the people have changed over the years. It's not always the same people who come to it, but it's been a lot of fun. It's an opportunity to come together, one last hurrah for the year, right before everything starts to change. And I was talking with Bruce yesterday about what it was in 2019. Mitch Axelrod was with us in 2019. We had a great day of networking, hanging out with friends, and we were all looking forward to 2020 and all the great things that were going to happen. Yeah, and you kind of know what happened from March forward, right? Things totally flipped. The script was totally flipped on us, and we had no idea, that was coming. Certainly, we're not looking for that to happen during the year. So, sometimes the predictions can be, they're based on what we know now, and there's always those surprises going forward. So this is a lot of fun. The December 30th event's a lot of fun for that reason, and also gives us an opportunity to look back. I don't know about you, but the past couple of weeks, that's what I've been doing. I've been looking back and trying to figure out the things that really didn't work out the way I wanted them to, and how would I make changes? How would I make them better? So we're going to talk a little bit about that today, and intersperse with some fun. We've got some videos that should crack you up a little bit, like the opening video. Boy, that was so funny. I know we played it last year too. It was that good. It was worth playing again. It's really fun. Anyway, today I have both Bruce Poppy, who's not connected yet. I'm wondering if he's got an internet issue there. He's not online yet, but hopefully he'll join us in a moment or two. He'll be joining us, and also Mitch Axelrod. Now, Mitch is kind of interesting because Mitch has been around for most of these December 30th events. He's been, a regular, if you will. And a few years back, I think 3-4 years back, he and I hosted the December 30th event, the Liberty Summit. And it was spectacular. We had like 30 guests, and it went a little over 10.5 hours, and he was totally exhausted. And I was like, man, this was so much fun. I had so much fun enjoying it. We had almost 120,000 people, or a little bit over 120,000 people who watched it. I was like, wow, this is fantastic. We're going to do this again. And we did it again next year, and the audience dropped by half. And then we did it again the following year, and it dropped by half again. Now, you might say, well, maybe it's Rumble, maybe it's what's going on there. I don't know. But the format sort of bothered me a little bit because everything I do it for you guys. It's not for me. I'm not trying to boost my ego. I do this stuff because, yeah, it's fun for me. I do get joy out of it, no question. I enjoy hanging out with you. But I really want to make sure that you get the most out of it. And some of the comments that we heard after the events were, we'd like to hear more from each speaker. We get a 10-minute, 15-minute slot. We went as long as 20 minutes sometimes. And it just didn't seem like there was enough. So we're going to do something different today. We're going to, I like to call it, we're putting more meat on the bone. We're going to give you a lot more depth. Our conversations are going to be deeper. They're going to be certainly more insightful. And the goal here is very simple. We want to get you prepared for 26 and shake off the heebie-jeebies of 2025. I know a lot of people were talking about that. I did a little survey on Facebook and I said, tell me about your 2025, your Christmas, specifically Christmas. Was it better? Was it the same? Was it worse? Or was it odd? You know what people answered? More often than not, they answered that it was odd. It's like the energies are kind of weird, right? 2025 has been one of those years. So we're going to walk you through that. We're going to help you get your footing again and then, be ready for the crazy that's coming. So we'll talk some current events and we'll talk about some of the things that were, some of the things we lived through in 25. And we'll talk about what we can expect to see in 26. I think it's really going to be a lot of fun. So this will not be a marathon. It will not be 10 hours. It will not be 14 and a half hours, I think was our longest marathon. It'll be a lot shorter, but it'll be deeper. And I think that is going to bring you more value as I was thinking through this and really thinking about you guys and saying, what can I do? What can I do to bring you more value? We have some special guests that may be popping in. We've sent out a bunch of invites. We'll see who is available. But, it'll be a lot of fun. Mitch is here, so I'm going to introduce Mitch first. Mitch is, if you don't know Mitch Axelrod, he has reached millions of people through radio and television, teleconferences, webcasts, audio, video, training, and CDs, and cassette tapes, too, I should mention. He's been around a long time, right? He didn't go back as far as 8-track tapes, though, so cassette tapes, CDs. Mitch has written hundreds of articles, special reports, newsletters, dozens of training programs, and that have been used by more than 1 million people from 35 different countries. Mitch consults with Fortune 500 companies, small businesses, and you and I, individuals, on how to boost income, increase sales and profits, and derive more fun, more fulfillment, and satisfaction from the work. Mitch shares philosophies to enrich life, enjoy livelihood, and earn a more prosperous living. So being that Mitch is here, let's bring Mitch on right now. Good morning, Mr. Axelrod. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, I think that. I'm not having audio from you, so I've got a problem on my side. Let me see if I can fix it real quick. Let's see here. Let's see. Now let's see if we have your audio.
Is that better?
Yep, that is better. That's working now. Cool.
Okay. What I was saying is that my dad would say, everything you said about me and 250 will get you on the New York subway.
That's true, isn't it?
I think now it's 350. So.
Yeah, well, yeah. And people are jumping the turnstiles all the time there in New York City. So we know how that works.
It's good to be with you. I think I've been here for every one of your December 30th. So if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I might have missed.
No, I don't think you've missed any. I think that's the cool thing is you've been here for every one of them, which has been a lot of fun to see you and have you hang out. You remember the long one? We did the 10.5-hour one.
Well, that was in studio.
That was
right?
in studio, yeah.
That was, but I'll tell you what, that was one for the ages. We've got a lot of diversified points of view, a lot of activity, tremendous chat activity.
Yeah.
I'm glad you recorded that. Someday we'll have to replay that, chunk it down, and see how things evolve from that day.
You know, it is. We'll take a picture of us. We'll take a snapshot of how we were when we started. And then after 10 and a half hours being on the air, what do we look like?
I said from the beginning of that day to the end, I grew a beard.
You grew a beard. Exactly, right? Yeah. So I just got a text from our buddy Bruce. He will be here momentarily. Yeah, I'm wondering why the audio is doing this. But anyway. 5x5. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to watch the chat room today a lot, guys. So if you want to comment, if you want to ask questions, we'll be able to do that. We're streaming on Lewis's channel, Screw Big Gov, today. We're also streaming on Renegade Media, and we're not on Unpopular Viewpoint yet. I'm waiting. I think Bruce needs to set that up. But we are on Bruce's YouTube, on my YouTube, and also on my X.com account. So if you have trouble with one, there are multiple places you can get this. And I'll be, monitoring. I've got the monitor here. I'll be monitoring all the chat rooms and, checking in periodically and seeing if you guys have questions for us. We've got a lot to cover, and there's just it's just a lot of fun to see what the year had brought us and what our expectations were. If we go back to the end of 24, our expectations were we were going to have a great 25. Donald Trump got elected. We thought this was going to change everything. And what we kind of neglect, Mitch, more than anything, is that when we have change, right? Change always comes with a lot of chaos. So we wanted the change. We want the change. We want the change. But we don't want the chaos. But how do you get change without chaos?
Well, it's a natural part of change. And I think that's why people fear change. The unknown, it's easier to cling to the known, even if the known isn't serving you. And years ago, I kind of came up with a mantra for myself, and I try to start the year every year with it. And it's really based on whatever your belief is about things. If that belief is not loving and serving you, or loving and serving the people you love and serve, you have to ask yourself, why are you holding on to it?
Yeah.
And I think we're in a state of change, unprecedented in many of our lifetimes. I've been around a long time, and I do remember 8-tracks, by the way. You
never did a program on an 8-track tape, though, did you?
No. Well, I could honestly. They didn't last long enough. But I think change is a real important word because it sets the stage. And I think a lot of us put too much pressure on this January 1st, this arbitrary date of the new calendar, new year, new you, all this stuff. And I thought your opening video is just perfect, because by the time 10 days roll around, everything is out the window and you're back to your old habits. So one thing I learned years ago, and I kind of developed it as not a mantra, but kind of a way to start the new year.
Uh-huh.
We do our goal setting. That's what we're traditionally taught to do. And when you do your goal setting, then your role is designed to get your goal, but you don't include your soul in that equation very often. And then by the 10th or 20th or February 1st, there seems to be a lack of motivation to keep the goal going. And so I decided years ago, 30 years ago, to start the year with what I call my soul setting. Like what am I here to do? What is going to really satisfy my soul? And then do my role setting, and then do my goal setting. And when I did that, I found a lot of my goals were incongruent with my role, what I love to do, what I'm good at doing, what I want to do. So I really offer that as a different way to start the year. Rather than start with your goal setting, maybe start with your soul setting, do your role setting, like what's going to make me happy? What am I good at? What do I enjoy doing? And then let's set the goal in the context of the soul and the role. And that helped me to eliminate goal frustration, I'm not getting what I want. I'm not where I want to be. Roll frustration, doing what I think I have to do, must do, got to do. And so that's how I start my year from probably 1996 on. And it's been a real shift in how I really experience my whole beginning of my year.
We're going to dig into that. I think that's an important concept. I think a lot of people, they go money first, money first, money first. And say, no, that's not really where you want to go. Before we get too far into this, I want to introduce Mr. Poppy. He's here as well. So let's bring him in. Bruce Poppy, you guys may know, he's an unfiltered patriot with an unpopular viewpoint, is the best way to put it. Thank you, Grok. Bruce has gone an incredible journey. It's taken him from an American patriot roots to a people motivator. I think that's really the best way to describe him. He's been a speaker on the Truth Tour circuit, shares bold insights on platforms like Rumble, where he can't be censored, and YouTube, where he's got to watch his voice, under the Unpopular Viewpoint name, and he calls himself just an average guy who's waking up in a big way. His website is brucepoppy.com, and you'll find everything he does there. So let's welcome in Mr. Bruce Poppy. Welcome in, my friend. Your audio is not on. Why is your audio not on? Okay, there's your audio. There, you should be on now.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Fantastic. Yeah, great to be here on the Liberty Summit 2025. I apologize for being slightly tardy. Was on a podcast with our friend Mr. Mark Atwood.
Ah, cool.
That was fun. I'm trying to dig out my earbuds, so I can not hear any echoes. So how are you guys doing today? What did I miss?
Well, we haven't missed anything. We're just kind of getting started. We were looking at Times Square, seeing what's going on there, and we had a nice little opening video that a couple of chuckles. I asked you for a favor in Telegram. So if you want to look at that Telegram real quick, and then I love how your camera follows you. Just don't go to the restroom while we're live.
Try to find the microphone hole.
Yeah. Let's see. You're still only on one channel on the microphone.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. You're only on the left channel, apparently, on your microphone.
Stand by.
Stand by, please. Stand by. He's going to fix it.
We're only on one channel on the microphone, you said?
Yeah, I'm only seeing you on one channel on the microphone.
Should be good.
Interesting.
Output volume is tracking nicely. Automatically adjust. We can take that one off.
Yeah, we always have a few little...
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm going to double check, Bruce, if you want to welcome yourself in, and then I'll look at the audio real quick while you're doing that.
All right. Yeah. So here we are, end of the year, and I know we got a long way to go today, but it's been I don't know about you, but for me personally, 2025 was it was kind of weird. It lines up with the year of the snake. Isn't that the Oriental calendar? The year of the snake, when you're shedding your skin, and doing things differently. That was how the year shaped up for me. Lots of changes, lots of shifting who I am, getting in touch with everything that's going on, for me personally. And it's been a fantastic year from that sense. And I'm looking forward to 2026. My word for the year 2026, we can talk about where that comes from, but my one word for the year is it's personal. In 2026, it's personal for me. How about you, Mitch? Well, that came about a couple years ago. I came across a guy named John Gordon, Jon Gordon, and he's a writer, teacher, and on leadership skills and building teams, and has written several books. He's the one. I don't know if he coined it, but I stole the analogy of the coffee bean. Being a coffee bean. He wrote a book about being a coffee bean and how whether the external world is going to affect you or you're going to affect the external world. He uses an analogy of the coffee bean versus a egg and a carrot. And so the external world, the world around us, is like a pot of boiling water. And, if you take an egg and you put an egg in a pot of boiling water, what happens to the egg? It becomes hard-boiled egg. And the world can affect you. You can become hard and calloused and, kind of negative, about, what's going on around you. And then you take the same water, the same external world, put a carrot in there. And what happens to the carrot? It becomes all limp and, flexible and, just kind of mushy. So that if the world has that effect on you, it can beat you down. But then they take the coffee bean and take that cup, put it in the same water. And what happens to that? The water actually changes. The water does not become water anymore. It becomes coffee. So you actually change the world around you, the external world, of being a coffee bean. So that's what so that's what he came up. He has a thing he does annually, the 1 word challenge. For the new year, pick one word that's going to be your, kind of focus or mantra or, purpose-driven statement, 1 word for the year. And so I've been doing that the last couple of years, and it's useful. So like anything else, if you can, knowledge is great, but unless you implement the knowledge, it's completely useless.
Outstanding. Okay. We have a special guest who's joined us today. People will be stopping by from time to time. Mr. Lewis Herms is with us. Lewis, how are you, my friend?
I am doing phenomenal. Your audio's been sounding great, by the way, when I'm listening.
Okay, awesome.
How you guys doing? Lovely to see both you, Mitch and lovely Bruce Poppy.
What's going on, sir?
So good to see you. So I had a thought. What if one of the reasons why people fail at New Year's resolutions is because it's not the real New Year's? The real New Year's starts somewhere between maybe March 22nd and April 1st-ish, April 7th-ish, right? I just put out another video today on that. It's absolutely, hands down, been proven. Now it's just a matter of people to figure that out, because the renewal would be when spring is, not in the dead of winter, right? That's when renewal is. What better time to attack your big time goals is when everything's rising and growing and flourishing, and renewal that resonates with our body. So yes, some people are successful on New Year's resolutions, but maybe psychologically it's even harder because that's not the real New Year's. That's not when we're really resonating at the highest level. Now, ultimately, if it is to be, it's up to me. But, the effery that goes on, and it's been going on for thousands of years, is always to take us out of alignment. And our frequency, the baddies need our frequency as low as possible. And what do we need? We need our frequency as high as possible in order to be successful in anything. So I just think it's fascinating that maybe there's a connection there too, from a more frequency spiritual sense.
I can make sense. I can buy into that, from that, but just the beating down the bushes and all that, truth of the matter is it doesn't, like you said, if it is to be, it's up to me. The day of the year doesn't matter.
Right.
The calendar doesn't matter. If it's dead of winter, summer, it doesn't matter. We should resolve every single day to be better than we were yesterday. That's been, my mantra in my life, mantra, I guess, is my purpose is to be better tomorrow than I am today. And it doesn't matter the time of year. We're just roped in to the calendar situation and the new year, new me, all types of things. But there's probably some validity to that, being in alignment, with our creator and how things are, because that's, like you said, they've been trying to keep us separated and keep us disconnected from the power source that already is within us, our entire existence. And it's not just, since Trump came down the escalator. This has been going on for decades and centuries, and even millennia. Like you said, thousands of years. They've been trying to keep us separated from our true, purpose and function forever.
Yeah, absolutely. But you nailed it. So it doesn't matter what they're trying to do to us, as long as we understand that we hold the power within ourselves to take care of business. I do believe it is harder to hit goals at a certain time of year, just based on the seasons, the makeup, and everything that's going on. That doesn't mean it can't be done, though, because it ultimately is up to us. It is fascinating, though, historically, if we look at all the manipulation that has gone on to hold us back, the fact that we can even prosper at all nowadays is pretty exciting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's from a systems standpoint, everything is seemingly stacked against us, but that's why they say nothing can stop what is coming. And I believe, I know my own name, that things are moving at a very rapid pace, and the window for some type of significant turnaround that we can see, not just behind the scenes stuff, is that window is closing very, very rapidly.
Yeah, in fact, it's interesting you said that. So I put a post out yesterday, a poll, and here it is. I'll tell you. And I put it out on multiple platforms, which is interesting because it got different results on different platforms, which I find fascinating. So I had to figure that out. I think I figured out why. So all it was is, when will we see public arrests? Because we understand the talk in regards to that. I said within 3 months in 2026, never or other. So other was at 2%. Within 3 months, that means pretty much instantly, 21%. This is on X. And within 2026, 35%. And never was 42%.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you can see on X that their feeling is of, we're done, it's over, everything's going to change. It's a total defeatist attitude at this point with at least the administration, right? Now, listen to this. It's fascinating. Then I did it on Telegram. And on Telegram, other was 4%. Next up was never at only 22%. Think about that. Half of what it was on X. Within 3 months was virtually the same, and then in 2026 it was 51%. So that means on Telegram, 74% of people are looking positive in 2026. They think they're going to see some major arrests. On X, no. And I have a theory behind that. Is I would believe Telegram is probably more Q-centric, right? So they are more positive of the narrative of, there's maybe something's going on in the background, or maybe there'll be arrests that are going to happen in regards to that. And X is not as much in that realm. Therefore, they're more negative on nothing's ever going to happen. Just food for thought, but I thought it was fascinating.
Yeah, when you look at that, Lewis, I think what we're seeing more than anything is you're seeing that the groups, the audiences are different on all those platforms. I keep telling people this is like, you can't cookie cutter your posts because of that. When you're looking at X or you're looking at Telegram sways really right into the conspiracy, into the Q world. X is a little bit more balanced. Actually, if you ask Grok will say X is the most balanced of all the social media sites. And then you go to Instagram, Facebook, that kind of thing, and it is more normie or left leaning, if you will. So yeah, you can see the skewing in the result. It's pretty fascinating, though.
It really is. I thought it was fascinating too.
Yeah. Awesome. So, Lewis, a quick question for you. As we wrap up 25, what were some highlights for you? I know June 2nd was a big highlight for you personally and also professionally. It was a two-banger for you in one day.
Yeah, and it's always good to get two bangs in one day. So thank you for mentioning that. So I leave it up to Robert. I love turning him red, by the way. That's no extra charge for everybody.
No extra charge. Hey, I love it. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, so June 2nd, I announced my candidacy for governor of California, and it also happened to be my birthday on the same day. And it also happens to be the primary in 2026 is on June 2nd. So it's seems to be a very important day. Yeah, triple header. So it was, it's been exciting. I mean, I started, so now it's tough to get some polling, to be honest with you, because I'm being completely banned by the media. But that looks like that's only going to last a few more weeks, which is exciting from things that we have going on. So I'm excited to see that it looks like we're going to start to get some public acknowledgement. We'll see. But in regards to that, I was probably ranked 14th or 15th in the known candidates from a conservative side going into November 8th. And then the fact that I'm one of 5 on the debate stage on January 10th should already tell you how we've had kind of a meteoric rise in regards to that. Some people say I would be 3rd in the conservative realm, but I'll take 5. It doesn't matter at this point, because all it is getting the word out to the people, getting in front of the people. And the message is resonating. We've gone into what people would call hostile territory, and a couple of meet and greets lately and a couple of speeches, and we've come out of there where people are changing their vote. So this is a really, really good thing. And we have some really special things going on in regards to media, social media, and my tour coming up starting January 22nd, 23rd is we've already started booking the calendar big time. So a lot of great things going on in regards to that, and we're excited. The message seems to resonate. I think people are finally ready for authenticity, and that's what it really comes down to. So my job is easy. Just be honest and authentic and have solutions.
So if you, Louis, I'm going to ask you some political questions here. If you were looking at the hellhole that is California the way it is right now, what were some of the most egregious things that you've seen happen? Let's go back, not just this year, but over the whole Newsom term. I think 7.5 years now that we've had this horrible thing on our shoulders. What are some of the things that you've seen that you just like, this can't stand? We got to change this.
Well, if you're going to go Newsom term, we'll be here until March 32nd. Yeah, that's a new date. And we're going to be here forever. I mean, it's just the astronomical amount of things that he's doing. Now, I do believe, I'm going to reverse engineer this for you, Robert, right now. Instead of going backwards, I'm going to go forward. I believe Newsom and his cronies know that they're done. There's no appetite for that anymore. People are very upset. I just had a meeting, and it looks like that there was 2.1 million potential fake ballots put in on his recall.
Wow.
You imagine that? And, oh no, I'm sorry. Could have been 2.4. I apologize. I think he won by 2.1.
Well,
think about
2.5 million signatures to activate the recall.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. But these are fake ballots that we're looking at right now. But I believe that Newsom and his baddies, no, there's no appetite for him. I've talked to several Democrats, and they're like, we are so ecstatic that guy is out of here. So think about that from that standpoint. So then we know the elections were fraudulent. We know that this stuff is getting exposed, and now the good guys are starting to target California and showing the corruption that's going to be 100 times worse than in Minnesota, right? So what happens at the end of most large wars? The enemy goes scorched earth, and they start burning it all down because they don't want to give you anything. I believe this is what Newsom and his cronies are doing right now. They're going scorched earth. They are trying to destroy as much as they possibly.
Laws coming in January 1st. 900.
Exactly.
It's unfathomable.
900. It is, and it's unmanageable. Right? You can't manage 900 new laws. There's no way you can train people on it. So what that does? That creates chaos. chaos, disruption, and constant. And this is what the point is. So it's, to me, they're going complete scorched earth, and they're trying to destroy as much as California as they possibly can on their way out. There's another benefit to this, and I really wish conservatives would wake up to this, because we're not awake to this yet, and it's very clear to me. I believe the elections will be repaired eventually. Hopefully they'll be repaired by June 2nd, 2026. I believe they're going to be repaired eventually. So if the elections are repaired, you are not going to get those baddies in anymore. So what I believe Newsom and his cronies are also doing is they're trying to drive conservatives out of California in droves right now. Everything they do is trying to push them out. And I also believe there's some so-called Republicans, I've heard preachers say this. It's time for all Republicans to leave California, right? They're on the bad team. They're not on the good team. Because what happens under a repaired election? Now you get most of the conservatives out of the state. Suddenly you hold an election and you could actually win an election legitimately. So they can go back and they could go, look, we win.
Yeah.
Legitimately, we've won the election. Well, yeah, it's because all the conservatives left. So we have to be very aware of these games, and instead of fleeing, we should be fighting against it and making people aware of it. And that's my opinion on that.
Awesome. It's good to have someone in our in our little sphere here running for office. It's just, it's like, we always look and we say we're fighting. And then if you look at, how much we've actually done, the impact we've had, our podcasting has had an impact, right? It has. And you've taken it to the next level. Now you're saying, I'm going to step up. I'm going to step into this game at a higher level and see if I can impact it from within. And I don't think it matters in the grand scheme of things who actually wins, because we're waking everybody up. And I think that's the more important message here. And you had gone into this saying, I'm going to be the disruptor. That's exactly what you're doing. You're waking people up to the core issues that these traditional politicians won't talk about. They won't take a stand on, and they just let it go and business as usual. I think you're activating the people who are saying, we're sick of this. Let's go. Let's make something better here.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a few things that none of the politicians, or let's say the top two, were not talking about whatsoever until I came into the race and pressed them on it. One was child and trafficking and sex slavery. There was zero conversation on that.
Right.
Now that seems to lead the day. So I'm proud to say that we probably had a lot to do with that, especially actually after Hilton was exposed on stage. And it was pretty obvious that he had no clue in regards to that, right? And the other one is eliminating property tax. I was the only one that came out with a plan to eliminate property tax. Now virtually every other conservative candidate is talking the same language, right? And removing the corruption and the bloated budget. I was the only one that said there's probably 70% waste, fraud, and abuse in the California budget, and I was called crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. It's probably 10%. And now even the opponents are saying it's probably 50%, 70%, could be 80%. Yeah. So those three things we led on. Now the other candidates are jumping on board. So I would ask anybody that's watching or talking to somebody else and say, well, if there's one guy that was mentioning those three things and now they're becoming mainstream and he was ahead of the curve, maybe that's the leader that you should be looking for. Yeah. Just saying.
Yeah, we got to get you out in front of the cameras now. That's the next step in this whole process. So fantastic. All right, let's take a quick look from your perspective, Louis, on what the year holds, 26. What are you looking forward to, and what do you see happening? Because we've got a lot going on here.
I think we are going to see some massive arrests. I honestly believe if we don't see arrests within 3 months, that you're going to see a rally against President Trump in Washington, D.C. I actually believe that. I'm watching, and I always keep my ear to the ground, and I'm really paying attention. There's no appetite for nobody being held accountable. There's not an appetite for that. It doesn't matter how many times you say that everything's going great, we're doing all this. If people do not see perp walks, I really believe there's going to be a massive backlash against the Trump administration. Massive. Now, that being said, I think we will see them. And I think currently it appears that Pam Bondi is an obstructionist, in my opinion. She may not be, but I'm just saying, based on the appearance, that's what it looks like to me. So we are going to have to see some things, and I think we will see some things. Now, that's going to be very exciting for people. What does that breed? When you have a couple perp walks, what's going to happen is now the attention starts going. So like, well, maybe something was going on that I didn't know before. That's when my candidacy really will take flight, because people are going to go, well, he's the only one that's been talking about these wacky conspiracy stuff, but they seem to be true now, right? So I believe we're going to see a whole bunch of people going into what you would call the truther movement, which I think is really going to become the new mainstream media. It's not a truther movement. We're more of an investigative journalist at this point, right? Because the truthers would be labeled as conspiracy theorists, and we're not. We're conspiracy factualists at this point. We really, I know the way Bruce digs into something and he comes out with it, and the next thing you know, it's like, bam, there it is. Yeah. You do the same thing, Rob. You know, in fact, you would be the anti-truther that holds us accountable, but you still bring real conspiracies that are facts to the table, right? So we all play our roles. This is a direction I think we're going to be going. So I really believe 2026 is going to be the year of disclosure and true awakening. And when I say awakening, I'm not talking about people that are leaning a certain direction awakening. I'm talking about wholesale awakening. And there will be a lot of people that will be excited, and there's going to be a lot of feelings hurt, because who you found and who you believe to be the good guy will probably end up being one of the bad guys. Yeah. And who you found to be a bad guy may end up not to be one of the bad guys. So it's going to be a very interesting thing. And I would just recommend anybody during this coming New Year, which starts April 1st, not New Year's, not the fake New Year's. Anyways, anybody moving forward for 2026, if you already had the knowledge, just give somebody a shoulder. Don't be the I told you so person. You know, we really have to come together and unify and be there for each other. I'm learning every day. You know, people, I was on a friend of mine, Mark Z's channel this morning, and somebody was saying, you know, they feel so bad that they gave their children vaccines when they were younger, and they just felt so guilty. And I'm like, I had to stop the show. And I'm like, no, we can't go there. Yep. We've all been sold a bill of goods. The time when you awoke to certain things was your time, right? You're not part of the problem. You're part of the solution. So when we know, you have to forgive yourself first, no matter what it was. And then you have to move forward, and then let's just do good thing. Because I really believe that 2026 will be the year of we the people. So it's going to be exciting. I'm very excited for it.
It looks very much like we're going to see, you know, you talk about the arrests, and Pam Bondi does not seem to be the obstructionist. I think it's Todd Blanche under her that seems to be the obstructionist.
Yeah, by the way. I could debate you on that. She's in control of Blanche. She could kick him to the curb anytime. She can say, hey, give me the goods. Let's move forward without you. You know, I think I don't know. I guess I never like to blame somebody on the lower echelon. I think she could take full responsibility of it, because if Robert Imbrielli knows it, Pam Bondi certainly knows it.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, and you know, when you say take charge, I think that's the missing point. I don't think she is taking charge. I think she's just letting him run the show, and it's looking bad on her. And it looks like Trump is very close to Xing her, getting her out of there.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see.
Yep.
We shall see what happens. But you know, change is good, y'all. In fact, I can tell you one of the most scariest things I say to people is I say my goal is to pretty much tear it all down and rebuild it, because you have to have a better foundation. You have to at least bring it down to the foundation. We don't have a real foundation in government anymore, except for our wonderful, beautiful Constitution and Bill of Rights. So in essence, I think we pretty much have to tear it down back to that and rebuild from there.
We do.
You mentioned the Bill of Rights, and even, most things beyond the 10th Amendment are completely useless and
Agreed.
unconstitutional themselves. So yeah,
That's why I
we've
say the
been,
Bill of Rights. Yep, you're on the same page.
With the Constitution, and there's people that'll fight you and argue, well, which Constitution? Blah, blah, blah. We've been manipulated almost from Jump Street, from the time that thing was signed into existence or brought into existence. The greed and the power and all that stuff started taking over, and so we started going downhill before we even started. And a lot of people point to the 1913 situation. But yeah, you're 100% correct that we're not going to vote somebody in and they're going to, make everything better, right? You're not going to vote, you in to be the governor of California, wake up the next day after you're inaugurated and everything's going to be puppy dogs and rainbows. No, the whole thing needs to be torn down and start over again.
Yep. Can I ask you one thing though? Can we make rainbows great again?
Absolutely. Rainbows are it was God's things. They were stolen, like everything else that, stolen, twisted, turned upside down, obfuscated for evil. And yes, you've mentioned before the numbers, the 666, all these different things. We need to reclaim that. And that's God's promise is the rainbow, if you really want to look into it.
Yeah, it's interesting you'd say that because there's a lot of truth there. So if you look at what was the civil rights movement then compared to Black Lives Matter today, right? What was Harvey Milk and the LGBT community created? They were literally getting their asses kicked. I know there was groups that would go into clubs and just beat you up because you're a gay in the 70s, and even the 80s. And Harvey Milk said, you know what, let's just make a cool flag just so we have some representation. And it was a great thing. It wasn't a bad thing then, but now look at what it is today. If you look at the LGBTQIA plus yada yada yadas, and where that goes with the trans agenda, right? Everything good and that's working, if we allow it, will be corrupted by evil because they look at it as an opportunity. It's like you built the base for them. You built the following, and then they go in and capture the operation. So it's brilliant that you brought it up because it's truth, and we have to be very, very careful. So we need to capture civil rights the way it needs to be, recapture the rainbow the way it should have always been, right? These are God's things. These are godly, wonderful things. They're not bad. I have no problem that lesbians, gays, and bisexuals we were just say, hey, we accept you, you're good, no worries, you do you, and no, you should not be abused. That made total sense.
Yeah,
that's not what it's become today though, because it's been completely obfuscated. So these are things we have to work on. Rob, I got to get going in about 5 minutes to another interview, but I just wanted to say before I leave, Robert has put his heart and soul into this every single year. What is this, like the 19th year?
This is number 12.
Oh, well, so it just feels
12.
like 19.
It's only 12. So it feels like 19. Not quite.
So he's done this for 12 years straight, no matter what. And I got to tell you guys how hard it is on us, and I know how hard it is on Robert. There is a sea change when it comes to these Rumble channels and YouTube and the way that people are watching them and what they're paying attention to. And unfortunately, the most important conversations people are diverting their eyes and ears from now.
Yeah.
And it's really, really sad because what Rob does and what Bruce does and what Mitch does are the most important conversations that we should be having. But it's very, very unfortunate. The controllers have done a really good job at turning us into the TikTok society. And I now have to start producing 2-minute videos in order to get traction on social media, where it was my films before would get millions of viewers. It's a whole different thing right now. So the fact that you keep on going, Rob, and you're not concerned about what the numbers or what somebody else says, and your dedication to this, it means you're a true patriot in my mind.
I appreciate that. Lewis, thank you so much for that. And truthfully, I think you and I have the same view on this. It's like if we impact one person, it's worthwhile. Right. And that's
Exactly
what
right.
we're looking at. It's like, you look at the numbers, you might say, wow, we only have this many people watching, or this many people took notes, or this many people showed up in the chat room. But if what we do impacts one person, it's a win. And that's the way I look at it.
It does. And let me just say one more thing if I could, because you're so right. And this is the way I live my life, right? And I am not perfect. I make so many mistakes. I'm a walking failure, but I believe in failing forward. So it's a good thing. I believe, and I wanted to give this analogy, which I've told to my kids and my family and so on and so forth. Let's say we go into a grocery store and somebody is having a really, really, really bad day, right? Let's say she is just having just the worst day she possibly can. Now, if she's irritating me and I'm adding to her agitation, right? Then she goes out and she's not thinking and she's crying in her car or whatever is going on. She's not paying attention. She runs a red light and kills 3 or 4 people, right? I'm not responsible for that, but I'm accountable for that because I could have made her day better. Imagine she's having a really good day and I was that 30-second spark in her day that changed, not only changed everything around, she not only didn't run the red light, she decided to turn things around in her life and said, you know what, things are good. And she did great things. We have to be the pebble in the water.
No
and if we're
question.
the pebble in the water, we can make a huge difference.
No question. And that's why we have Mitch on board to share that kind of messaging here today, too. He's very much into the philosophy of life and does a really great job of that.
I wish I could. I'm going to have to go back and watch you, Mitch. I appreciate you, but I have to run. But you should just give Mitch the whole 3 hours. I mean, I've heard him speak before. It's pretty good stuff.
I know he's a really good speaker. Hermsforcali.com if you want to find out everything that Lewis is up to. Hermsforcali.com. FORCALI, Cali.com. Keep up with what Lewis is up to. Lewis, God bless you. We appreciate you. We love you. Thank you for stopping in and bringing a little bit of sunshine to our little show here.
Sunshine. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Take care. All right. Let's do something before we continue here.
Did you know that if you cut out pasta, bread, fruit, cheese, and sweets from your diet in just 1 month, you're probably going to lose your desire to live?
You're probably going to lose what? I missed that last part.
You're probably going to lose your desire to live if you cut out all those things. Well, it's the new year.
Yeah. But I mean, pasta, I've made a shift in pasta myself. I recently found chickpea pasta.
Oh.
It's not, it's made from chickpeas, protein, and it tastes fantastic. So you can get away from, the carby, starchy type stuff of regular pasta. I've done that personally myself. Natalie and I love it. The chickpea pasta rather than the normal stuff.
Oh, cool. Excellent. All right. Let's get back on target here. We got a combination today. We're gonna talk a little bit about current events that were how they impacted us, and this is where Mitch is really going to shine, and what we can do to stand strong going into the headwinds of 26. So, we're all very positive this time of year. I mean, honestly, that's it may not be the actual new year, guys. We get that, but what it is for the society we live in is we're wiping the slate clean. It's like a brand new season in hockey or football, right? All the scores, everything's at 0. All the points are at 0, and you have an opportunity now to take it to the next level. So that's true of your sales. That's true of your career, your steps forward. It's true of everything in your life sort of refreshes. Now, whether or not this is the actual date really doesn't matter because we assume that that's the way we play it here, in our society right now. So let's just play with that. Let's live there. And I know a lot of people right now feel positive because there's a whole new year coming. I always like to say we're staring down the barrel of a brand new year, right? And what's it going to bring? What's it going to bring us? So, but let's talk about some of the what wasness. I went into Grok and I started to ask. I said, what were some of the big events of all the months of 2025? And I've got something fun for you after we do this piece here. So Donald Trump was inaugurated January 20th of this year. All of us expected that we arrived, that everything would be fixed day one. And like you mentioned earlier, Bruce, you said, it's not going to happen on the inauguration. It's going to take a while to fix all the problems. So we had this idea. And what happened? Mitch, what do you think happened after the inauguration? What did people do after the inauguration happened this year? No. No, I'm talking emotionally. What happened when he got inaugurated? Everybody went, we've arrived. And what happened? Everyone took their foot off the pedal.
Were aghast. And I believe that it began to fissure and accelerate the rift in political ideology. And it just gave fuel to the people who did not approve of his election. So if you're talking about one side of the spectrum, I would agree that, a lot of people felt relief and optimism and positivity that things were going to change. But I think if you talk to the people who are on the other side of the spectrum, they were starting to feel like this is the beginning of the end of America. So, this is part of the whole ideology difference in terms of how people believe and view things. And a big part of my work, which is to elevate our conversation to humanity above vanity and insanity. And I think ideology is insanity in a way. And vanity is people unwilling to admit that they have biases and, differences of opinion, and are letting those differences of opinion and beliefs and political stances get in the way of family, love, emotion, compassion. So I hear what you're saying from a political point of view, from an ideological point of view. But I think 2026, it may even just get worse because now we're up against a deadline of the midterms, and a lot of what happens in terms of the future, which way things go politically, ideologically, are going to be determined over the next, 11 months. So from that point of view, yeah, a lot of people took their foot off the gas thinking like, oh, things are finally going to change for the better. And I think a whole lot of other people put their foot on the gas and said, we better stop this guy and all the people that voted for him. So.
Bruce?
Slightly. I agree with what Mitch is saying, and those numbers and people taking your foot off the gas. It's been less than a year since his inauguration, and if we really look at the details and the truth about what is actually done and how that's affected society here in America, it's been a massive, crazy good year from an overall perspective of how things are. But like Mitch had said, the biases and the things that people have, the comparative bias, you're always going to find. you're always going to find things to justify. That's how our brains work, to justify what you believe in. Tony Robbins says it all the time, where focus goes, energy flows. If you believe or think a certain way, you're going to find, your brain is going to find ways to be able to justify and give you evidence of that belief. So, there you go.
The reticular activating system. The RAS is the part of your brain that determines what you notice. So when you desire something and you focus on it and you don't let it go, remember, where focus goes, energy flows. And when you constantly focus on it, there's an energy that comes into you and it activates you. And this part of your brain, the RAS, will start to notice anything that'll get you closer, but only if what you're focused on is crystal clear what you want and why you want it.
And that's true. And just think about it. I've experienced this in my own self. When we were thinking about getting the RV, all of a sudden I seen all kinds of RVs on the road. Or when we bought our Toyota RAV4 a few years ago, I never noticed RAV4s. Now I see them everywhere. The things that you focus on, you're going to see. And this is, real, science stuff. This is how everything is connected and comes together. The what he calls the reticular activating system is the brain's, it's the gatekeeper in your mind, right? And it sits there, and it's the filter and the spotlight for attention. And so all this stuff is coming at us all the time. And when we, focus or see one thing, your brain is going to give you evidence. Your subconscious is going to back that stuff up. So that's why it's so important to worry what you focus on. So if we focus on the good that Trump did over the past year, right? Closing down the border, all getting the economy back going again. The many different things he's done, and even though he's faced all kind of stuff, if you focus on the good, you're going to see the good. But the other people, like Mitch was talking about on the other side, they're only focusing on the bad stuff. And there's coming a point even now today that your brain, it's hard to find that evidence sometimes, but they're looking for it and they're going to find it. They're going to continue to justify it. So that reticular activating system is huge. And I've been, studying that a little bit just recently myself, and it's amazing when you talk about your goals. And you think, I can't do this, I can't do that, or I'm too young, I'm too old, I can't do this, I can never lose. You're when you say and you think and you believe these things, that's your brain and your subconscious is going to find evidence to back that up. So we need to. That's why the way we think is so very, very important.
Mitch?
I keep coming back to simple phrases and quotes, right? And Robert Oxenbolt said, belief is not merely an idea the mind possesses. Belief is an idea that possesses the mind. So when you believe something so strongly that your identity becomes kind of melded and merged with that belief, not whether the belief is good or bad, whether it's right or wrong. It's a question of, does that belief own you, possess you, or do you possess it? And if you possess it, you can change it. You can modify, you can adjust it. Evidence is presented and you can discard it, or you can adopt a new belief, right? Whether you call it reticular activating system or what, to me, that's a little too complicated for an average mind like mine, right? When I think about when a belief possesses you, and again, I'm not making this a political conversation. I'm just saying, if you believe that Trump is Hitler, then it doesn't matter what good is being done. You believe he's Hitler, and everything in your mind is organized around, we got to get rid of Hitler, right? And if you believe Trump is like the second coming and all of what he's doing is trying to improve the country and do the best he can, then you're going to find evidence, like you said, Bruce, to justify that. And there's no amount of truth, no amount of evidence that is going to change a person's mind if they believe Trump is Hitler. Now, that's an analogy. All right. You can take that analogy to anything. You can believe you're no good. You have no value. And if you believe that, everything you do, no matter how much good you do, no matter how much love you share, no matter how compassionate you may be, you're going to see the world through that belief because that belief owns you. So what I say to people is, don't evaluate your beliefs from the point of view whether they're good or bad or right or wrong. Evaluate them first from the point of view, does it possess you? And if it's possessing you, how is it affecting the quality of your life? And if that belief, again, it come back to simple things. If it's not loving and serving you, or loving and serving the people you love and serve, why are you holding on to it? And I think a whole lot of people, and I've trained 1 million people, I've coached people. I'm always being coached because you always have to be willing to learn and observe. And I just see that people are unwilling to challenge or give up beliefs that are not serving them. And you wonder, what is it that's going on here that you'll actually hold on to something that is hurting you? And I'm not a psychologist, so I don't know. So I'm saying that really plays into like looking at another side of things. You can't see your bias because your bias is kind of invisible. So when you ask about, what's happened since Trump took office, I see it through the lens of half the country, theoretically, is like, no matter how much good he does, we got to get rid of him. And the other half of the country is like, wow, he's doing so much good that it's maybe some people think he's the greatest president ever lived. All right. And so I think all of us have to examine our beliefs in the light of, am I in control of it? And is it loving and serving me? So that's my take.
Yes, we must beware of the thief in the alley that's after the purse. But what about the thief in your mind that's after your promise? The thief in your mind that says you're too short. The thief in your mind that says, oh, you're too tall. The thief in your mind that says you're too old, you're too young, you've never done it before. What gives you any reason to believe you can do it in the future? You've never changed up until now. What gives you any kind of an excuse that you can change for the future? What is that insidious whispering even in our own head that tells us we can't change, we can't grow, we can't become more valuable, we've messed up in the past, we're bound to mess up in the future? I'm telling you, it's called the enemy within your own self.
The enemy within. Yeah, no question. Jim Rohn, who is credited with actually getting Tony Robbins started way back when, always has a lot of wisdom to share. We talk about the mindset and, the Trump derangement syndrome is real. We ran into someone who we didn't know was on that side of it yesterday. And it was kind of interesting because like some people, they're not outward with what their beliefs are. And then when you find it, sometimes you go, ooh, right? Then I had that experience when I first started talking politics. Mitch and I had this conversation in the studio, and he says, are you sure you want to be talking politics? It's going to cost you clients. It's going to cost you friends. It may actually cost you family members. And I said, Mitch, if we don't do this, if we don't step up and do this, what business are we going to have if we lose the country, right? Now, I'm not going to say, hey, I'm single-handedly saving the country, but I'm throwing my hat in that ring. Bruce is doing that. Mitch is now doing that, right? We're stepping up and we're sharing that information. So people are a little bit awake now and they go, oh, okay. Yeah, you guys aren't crazy. You were just early, right? When you're early, you appear to be crazy. But then when the narrative catches up and you go, how did you know? I get people asking me this. How did you know the vax was bad? Even before it came onto the market, right? And my answer is always, well, how did you not know, right? Because we were looking at this stuff. So when you look at your mindset and you look at the things that we've been taught and indoctrinated into, a lot of it is our schooling. Our schooling teaches us to trust authority, right? Authority says do this, and you want to ask a question, you got to ask permission before you ask a question, right? And you go through this, and this is what we were indoctrinated into. I was thinking about this the other day, Mitch. You'll enjoy this one. Why does a person who teaches kindergarten need a PhD?
I didn't know that.
Right? They need the teaching credential. They need the PhD in teaching. They need all of that. Why? Because the PhD, it turns out, are the most indoctrinated of any of them. They've been in the system the longest. They are completely and totally indoctrinated so that they can then share that indoctrination with the next generation.
Right. PhD stands for piled higher and deeper, right?
Or if you're talking cameras, it's press here, dummy.
But you're exactly right. And keeping it simple, it's like Mitch said. We overcomplicate everything. It's a simple, the things that we believe. We need to examine everything every single day, and be willing, to have other viewpoints. And that's where society has gone awry over the past several years. People with different viewpoints are being demonized and labeled and canceled and doxed and all these other horrible things that they're doing to people who have just differing opinions, and differing opinions. If we're not willing to at least listen or have an open mind about something that somebody believes differently, then we're done. We're toast. We're cooked. There isn't anything that we're going to, be able to do to turn the thing around until we can get back to having some type of normal discourse, and the current situation with, the social media and, legacy or mainstream media and, the different narratives. We've talked about it, ad nauseum for years. We're in this 5th generation war, and it's a war of stories. It's a war of narratives. It's who you're going to believe. So it's words going back and forth, and they're vying, for our minds, for our hearts and minds. And until we, I've said this multiple times back in the, when they were hashing out the founding documents, they nearly came to blows several times, right? They were going to, fist fight each other over the different beliefs, but they were able to work things out and put together a document that is supposed to be the foundation of this idea called America. And they were able to work it out then. And we need to get back to that type of place to have, open and honest discussion about that. And here's the thing. I believe there's more people that believe or wanting a normal-ish type of, discussion type of society than what the media and everybody is, pointing out to be. They're pitting us against each other. That's their name. That's the number one play in the enemy's playbook is division, and they're masters at it. And that's what's causing a lot of the grief and strife in people's lives as we, continue down this operation that we're calling the Great Awakening.
The Great Awakening. Jackie's right. She said it's as if people have forgotten how to speak to each other, and it's really true. And it's sort of intentional. I think if you look at the media being so one-sided, you are the product of what you absorb, right? And Mitch talks about this, and you too, Bruce, you're learning this too. It's like everything that we absorb now. If we're only on one side and we're only getting one side of the story, that's the story. How do I know? Very easy for me. I've got a lot of relatives in Canada, and they only get one side of the story. 99% of what they hear is Trump is evil. So what do you think they believe?
Mm-hmm.
Right? They believe because they can't get anything else. All the media up there is blocked, right? It's censored. It's been about 1.5 years, 2 years now that it's censored, and they have no access to it. So they think it's outrageous that I think Trump is actually doing good for this country. How could it possibly be? He's a criminal. He's a Nazi. He's Hitler. All the stuff that they're taught. So I think it's important for us, even on this side, and Mitch is right, you don't see your own bias. And the only way to do that is to start looking at what other people believe. So when someone's on the left and they really have these beliefs and are really strong about it, I will listen. I'm not going to agree, and they're not going to change my mind, clearly, because that's my decision to do that. But I often listen because I think I can learn something. Right? Bannon's been doing this, Mitch and Bruce. You guys both watch Bannon occasionally. And, what does he do at the beginning of the show? He shows you what the other side is saying. And at first, people hated that. And then you start to realize, it's kind of important to know how far off base they are, right? So you can have these conversations with them. And I think Jackie's right. It's like we've lost the ability to have conversations. Why can't we have civil discourse anymore? Charlie Kirk was all about civil discourse, right? And, you know, the whole idea, prove me wrong. Go ahead, tell me what you believe, and I'm going to return facts. I'm not going to, he never demean people. He never belittled people. But he always came back with the facts. And he said, this is the fact. This is the piece you don't have. You have this piece, but it's wrong because you don't have the rest of the picture. So he would give them the rest of the picture. And of course, some of them were just there to make fun of him or, you know, and so on and so forth. But he was never fazed by it. And that was his passion, his joy was to go out and impact that audience. So, yeah, we have to learn, Jackie's right, we have to learn how to have that civil discourse again. And, you know, it's been hard because the media is so destructive. And the good news, you know, if you guys are looking at media numbers, which I do from time to time, mainstream media is tanking hard. And they keep dropping and keep dropping. And, you know, if RFK Jr. pulls off the, you know, no more pharmaceutical ads, a lot of the mainstream media that we know of is going to go away because they will not be able to survive because they don't have the viewership. So that's something to look forward to in 26. What do you think?
I'm hoping that can happen. I mean, it's comical when I see, you know, we you know, have a streaming thing. I have Roku. You know, but the ads that run on the different programs and such, the pharmaceutical ads are just comical in how people buy into this stuff. And they go on and list, you know, all the different side effects. Essentially, you can die. If you take this medicine, you can die. But hey, you know, go talk to your doctor and see if it's right for you.
Yeah.
So, and United States is only one of 2 countries in the entire planet that allows pharmaceutical companies to directly market to consumers. The other one being New Zealand. So if we can cut that off, that's going to be a huge head of the snake to be removed, or a huge, you know, they're funding everything. I mean, everything's brought to you by Pfizer or Eli Lilly or whatever, any of these other companies. The big one everybody's aware of is Pfizer. But yeah, if they cut off that money supply, I mean, already advertising revenues are in the tank. We've seen, you know, they're trying to rebrand themselves, these news companies, to try to get, you know, some fresh image to move on. You know, we know that the Oscars, the Hollywood situation, they're moving away from network television and going to be streaming their Oscars shows on YouTube now. You know, so, you know, things are going to be drastically different in how we consume media and get our source of information and news going forward. And hopefully, because that's one of the huge impediments of, you know, more people being aware of what is really going on, is still there. Unless it shows up on CNN, it ain't true.
Media is the virus. Mitch.
I just think that when people speak, based on what this gal said in the chat, I just want to kind of riff on that for a second. I find that when people are entrenched in any belief, whatever it is, if you try to change their mind, what do? They more than resist, all right? They will get aggressive in defense of their belief. Mm-hmm. So to me, a major issue of lack of communication between people, among people, is that when you have a belief about something, you're unwilling to change your mind, because you have to release a part of your identity with that belief. Nobody wants to be wrong. Nobody wants to feel stupid or ignorant. So when people get into, I observe this one in political discussions, because it's a binary conversation. You're on one side or you're on the other. And the objective of the conversation is not to create civil discourse. It's to convince and persuade the person on the other side to come to your side. All right. And so when it's like 2, you know, animals bucking horns, and it's a matter of who's going to be stronger in the persuasion to get the person to move. And what I find coaching if you try to get somebody to move or act or do something in their own best interest, but they believe a certain way, the more you try to convince them, the more they stand firm in what they already believe. So part of the process of breaking down the walls is, first of all, like you said, Robert, to listen and really listen with the intent to understand, not to listen with the intent to reply. All right. Secondly, is to, instead of making declarative statements, this is the way it is, to ask questions. Is that serving you? Are you open to another way of thinking? And start to get people to open up to see, why are they holding the belief they're holding? I'm a big fan of something called axiology. Axiology is the science of study of human value. It's a three-dimensional model. And the guy who is a pioneer, Dr. Robert Hartman, I have a whole body of work around this, and he had a fantastic quote. He said, our lore is full of stories of men who have laid down their lives for the sake of what they think or what they want or what they have. But how many have laid down what they think or what they have or what they want for the sake of their lives? Meaning, we will die for our beliefs, we'll die for material things, for what we want, but how many of us are willing to give up the way we think, what we want, what we have, for the sake of our lives? And I think the strongest part of that is what we think. And of course, so I try not to engage too much with family in political conversations.
You've learned, right?
I want to love them. And I don't care who they voted for. I really don't care what they believe. Because at the end of the day, I love my family, and I'm able to, relate to them at a human level. And I think what your person in the chat is really right on. It's like we've got to get back to relating to people as people, and try not to get the belief systems in the way of our loving and serving the people that we love and serve.
Yeah, no question. The other piece that I'll bring up, and this kind of tallies off of it, is we talk about this term identity politics, right? And I think about people don't really understand it. We fight the hardest to defend the way we identify ourselves. So if we identify ourselves as whatever, we're going to fight and to hold on to that belief system, right? So if we identify ourselves, if you say, I am a Democrat, which you can't be a Democrat, right? You can't also be a Republican. You can't be a lawyer. You could lean Democratic in your beliefs. You can lean Republican in your beliefs. You could practice law, but you got to be careful of the I am, because that's what you become. And then what they've done is they create this system where you really take it on as part of who you are. And you cannot change a person's mind at that point. They're the only ones that can change it. They've got to change that belief that they believe who they are. And you're right, Mitch, they will defend that with their life. They will die to protect their beliefs. So success tip, if you want to be more successful, change the statement you put after I am, and be careful of what you say. I am poor, broke, all the rest of that stuff. Well, that's your identity. So what if you were to change that, right? And start to think about, hey, I am wealthy. I am successful. Maybe not compared to Bill Gates. Oh, dude, that's a bad name. Steve Jobs, maybe not at that level. But I'm successful as compared to where I was last year. I'm successful as compared to a lot of people in my family, people in my entourage, right? Things like that. And you could start to have that belief and take that on as your belief. What will that do to your self-esteem? That'll raise you up. No question. Over time, you'll be a lot stronger. You'll be a lot more confident. So you have this opportunity, new year. Hey, why not take on a new belief? Why not change your identity, modify it slightly, right? So that it serves you rather than it's something that you have to defend.
I recently heard a short clip of Lewis Howes interviewing Price Pritchett. Price Pritchett wrote some of the greatest books I ever read. U Squared, some transformational work. And he had an interesting statistic. He said that if you had to spend your time getting rid of negative beliefs or spending more time focused on positive beliefs and positive language, which would you choose? Right? Mm-hmm. And he said overwhelmingly that you should eliminate negative thinking, negative self-talk, negative beliefs, because they become your identity and you get consumed by that. So with all the positive, mental attitude stuff and, got to be positive, reminds me of the old salesman who's traveling with his sales manager and they're in the car on the way to an appointment. And the salesman's like, I don't think we're going to make the sale. I don't think we're going to make the sale. And the sales manager says, no, you've got to be positive. You've got to be positive. And the salesperson says, okay, I'm positive we're not going to make this sale. So
I love it.
It was interesting that pointed out that you would be far better off by eliminating, reducing negative thinking, negative self-talk, negative beliefs than adopting more positive beliefs. And again, our whole psychological industry, positive self-help industry, it focuses on be positive, be positive. Well, it's kind of hard to be positive when you're swimming in a sea of negativity. And one more point about that. Robert Cialdini, who we all know, the author of Influence, was probably it's been deemed to be the most influential book in business. I interviewed him about 15 years ago. And it was interesting what statistic he came out with. 70% of the people buy things to preserve what they have and not be worse off. Only 30% of people buy things to be better off, right? Now, that was the statistic 40 years ago. I bet that's probably more like 80-20, 90-10. And when you look at much of the advertising, in fact, if you look at your own advertising, if you're in business for yourself, the majority of advertising is geared toward the 10 or 20% of people who want to be better off. Well, if 80, 70, 80, 90% of the people are buying what they buy to preserve and conserve what they have so they're not worse off, wouldn't you be smart to talk about how preservation, conservation is an important part of your value proposition, just rather than just promising, hey, you're going to make $1 million, you're going to be better off, going to be top 10%. And again, people are unaware because they're constantly fed information and they're not aware of their own biases and not aware of what really is happening with human nature. So when you start to look at the data of human nature and the way people operate, all of a sudden a light bulb goes on and you say, wow, maybe I should change the way I think. Maybe I should change what I do. Maybe I should change the way I act and the way I position myself. So you'd be better off just eliminating negative talk, negative thinking, negative doing than just focusing on the positive. And that was a real revelation for me.
Let's play this video. This is the cycle of life.
A tree blocking my view as I backed out of the driveway, so I called a guy to come and cut the tree. He cuts the tree, and I said, well, that's great, but what about the stump? Oh, sorry, lady. All I do is cut the tree. You want the stump removed, you'll need to call a stump guy. So I get a stump guy. He comes out, he removes the stump. Now I have a giant hole in my yard. I said, well, aren't you going to fill in the hole? Oh, no, ma'am. I'm just stump guy. You want the hole filled in, you'll need to call a landscaper. So I'll call a landscaper. I said, look, I'm on my way out of town. Just come in and make it look good. I get home, he's planted a tree.
Guess you can't win, huh?
But and it goes, what is it you have to be clear, crystal clear, like that thing, what you want and what you're looking for, right? We've been talking, a little bit here about, the way people believe and the identity and the difficulty and how people want to hold on to it like it's the, like if they let it go, that they're going to end up expiring. But that's the danger. And that's the things that we're fighting against. These people want to hold on to the stuff so tight. And that's how you begin to rot from the inside. When this identity, when what you believe becomes your life, then you stop asking, what is true. Maybe, you wouldn't even contemplate or consider that my belief might be wrong. Because in that word belief is the word lie, right? So BELIEF. Right in the middle of your belief is the lie. So, people, you stop looking for truth and looking for different things just to keep that story alive in your head, so that you can hold on to, so you don't want to admit or, be found to be wrong. We'll do crazy stuff to justify anything, even if it's completely wrong. This is how we do. And this is the society and the way things go. And sometimes the way our mind breaks, our mind is trained to be able to think, and then we cut everything off, right? That's one of the things that that's the first pillar of the Unleashing Excellence system is burn the mask, right? Get it, stop that war on yourself. Get rid of the fake stuff. Find out who you truly are, what you really believe. Is it your belief, or is it a belief that your parents, grandparents, people vote Democrat because that's the way they've done it their entire lives. Same thing on the Republican side. That's just the way everybody's already done it. It might be wrong, but they're not willing to be open to something else because they're so tied in to that identity that they don't want to change. And that's what burning the mask is all about, the first pillar of Unleashing Excellence.
So when we have, 2026 coming up, and we have this idea that there's a whole new year and there's a whole new way to approach it, I'm going to ask each of you this question because I think it'll be helpful for our viewers. We know 2025 was turbulent. We know, like I said, I asked people about Christmas. How did they feel about Christmas? Most people said, boy, it was odd. It was not like a normal Christmas. Phoebe didn't get into the Christmas spirit. We barely had much in the way of Christmas music playing. It wasn't different for us than it was for other people. Other people were feeling the same that we were hearing. So now that we're, through this somewhat, I was peeking at the news. I really didn't watch a lot of news stories over the past week or so. I kind of take a little break from it because I felt a little bit burned out. But there's a lot going on. And I think it's laying the foundation for us for a very turbulent, at least the start of the 2026. Bruce, you had said this earlier, or Mitch, I think you had said it, that the midterms are coming up. And I think Bruce is the one who said this yesterday when we were on a call. We really have until about July 4th, roughly, before Congress and Senate check out. And then they're on the campaign trail. Nothing will get done. And they're not in session anyway the whole month of August. So if you look at, that whole thing, we've got 6.5 months to turn the tide here. So do you think, and we'll start with you, Mitch, do you think it'll be, and I know you said this earlier, think it'll be a little bit more turbulent? And if so, what would your suggestions be for people to be able to deal with the upcoming turbulence?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Can I defer to Bruce? Yes, it is. I think that a lot of people, and again, we only know from our own world of our own people we're involved with. A lot of people, I find, are just not involved in what's going on in the world outside them. So I'm kind of torn in a way. Part of my advice is, and it's probably advice to me too, that if you get too wrapped up in what you cannot change and where you have no influence, back in the 70s, the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Stephen Covey talked about the circle of influence. And when you're outside your circle of influence, things you can control versus things you can't control, you step into like the netherworld, right?
Right.
So when you think about what can you control in politics, in government, and the reality is, yes, as Margaret Mead said, all changes come from a small group of people. But if you're not one of those small group of people who are able to make change, then you have to decide, where does that circle of my influence end on the things I can control? And then how much am I going to let the things I can't control me? And that's a really important question for a lot of us, because once you and everybody's perception of their circle of control is different. Lewis has a very big circle of control, right? He's running for governor. He believes, and he's right in his belief, that his circle of control is statewide, and that he can control the outcomes of things. And we need people like that. The vast majority of us, though, our circle of influence ends at a certain point. And the question becomes, how much are you going to let things outside of your control dominate your mind, control your emotions, make you feel a certain way? So on one hand, I feel like if you're not into politics, you're not into what's happening in the world outside of you, you've got to do everything you can to make your inner world peaceful, compassionate, all right, satisfied, and enjoy your life, because life is short, really is short. We've all had that experience. If you're a person who really likes and enjoys to be in the world outside of your control, then I think the next 6 months are going to be critical or vital, because right now the way I see that world is it's a fight for survival. You got, on one hand, the Democrats are fighting for survival, so they'll justify fraud, corruption. And again, this is not to say that it's all Democrats. There is a faction, and a controlling faction, who are willfully ignoring some of the worst corruption right now, what's going on in Minnesota and Ohio and Maine. They will willfully ignore it, as evidenced by nothing in the mainstream media has covered this billion-dollar fraud with child care services, healthcare services, right? Now, how could you not cover that? On the other side, you've got people who are like, you know what? If we can retain the House and the Senate, and maybe even get rid of the filibuster, we can actually get some stuff done, right? So I think the next 6 months are going to be a massive fight for turf, and it's going to be major upheaval. That's my take on it.
Mr. Poppy.
He's not wrong. Yeah, the next, the thing is we.
Is that where you're going to start?
This is. Yeah, the thing is, we tie too much to external circumstances. So many people may tie their happiness and their fulfillment of a quality life based on what happens in some election that we know is fake, phony, and false. Right? Until some major thing happens. When I talk about the first 6 months of the year from now until, say, July 4th, that some major thing shift needs to happen. If we don't get, because if you're at the root of most all of the things that we consider ills in our political system, at the root of that is fake and fraudulent and not free and fair elections. They've been that way for so very long. And unless we're able to get that under control, in some meaningful fashion, nothing's going to change. If we have any inclination, or think that we're going to go through the midterms and hold on to the House and Senate without any really super crazy major structural infrastructure changes to the way that the voting system is implemented here in America, if we think we're going to get something different by just voting a little harder, we're pissing in the wind, right? It's not going to happen. So, but that's the problem, is we're tying so much of our identity and how we view our life and happiness and fulfillment to external circumstances, to what happens. Quite honestly, I don't care. It's not going to. Whatever happens in the midterms isn't going to affect me. I choose that option, that thing. I want to see good things happen for America. I want to see free and fair elections. I want to see things turn around, the fraud and the abuse and the things that are happening to children being raped to death minute by minute as we're sitting here talking. That needs to stop. Right? And we got to move to a place where people are more important than power. That's where we're at. We've tied too much of our happiness and fulfillment in life to some external circumstances, when everything has to start and end inside of us.
I'll go back to 2008. You know what happened in 2008? Who won the election there? Allegedly, right? Yeah. What happened was kind of interesting, because we were, I think, as a group of entrepreneurs, had groups at the time, and we were all working together. And what was happening was they were all looking at, this 2008 election, and they didn't like what they saw. I was in that group. I didn't like what I saw. It paralyzed everybody. Everybody stopped doing business. And I remember I lost clients. I lost people dropping out of the mastermind. I lost all this kind of thing happened. And it was kind of annoying, because it was like, well, how does that up there directly affect you right now today? Didn't, right? Other than Obamacare coming out and that kind of thing. But it wasn't a direct impact. It was subtle, and it was over time. And I think what happened is it's kind of trained our society. So we look out there and we say, I'll be getting back on my path. I'll be building my business. I'll be working on my relationships. I'll be getting healthier. But I can't just yet, because that is going on in Washington. That's happening up there. The corruption, the this, the that. It is. All of it's happening. I'm not denying that that's happening. However, you have to make the distinction between you, your personal sphere, your life, and what goes on in society at large. Yeah, we want to be aware of it. We want to take action. We want to be part of that. But at the same time, you've got to make sure there's a delineation there, and you can say, I'm going to go on. And I've been talking about this now for at least 2 years. And I said to people, we all got frozen again in 2020 with the COVID thing. All of us did, right? They shut down your business, put a key in the door, lock it up, don't come back until we tell you. The whole world shut down, the economy crashed, all of it. And a lot of us, what in the world happened? Because it really took us by surprise. And there's still a large portion of society that's not back in their game yet. So I'm encouraging you, like we say, okay, what would a change be for 2026? Get back in the game. If you haven't already, get back in the game. Right? It's not perfect. All the ducks aren't lined up. But guess what? I was at the zoo a few weeks ago. The ducks don't line up. They swim all over the place. Oh my God, it's like normal, right? So they're not going to line up, and it's okay. You make the best of it. You do what you possibly can. You've got a sphere of influence. You've got your own emotions. You've got things that you can control. Like Mitch said, you control those things which you have power over. And the things you can't control, hope for the best, but don't let it directly impact you at such a high level. And I've seen this again and again. And a lot of people I'll coach, it would be the same thing in our mastermind groups. And we talk about this and they're like, well, the bad guys haven't been arrested yet. Or, the economy is not quite better. The stock market's not where it should be. Or the price of silver is going up but it's going down again. I don't know, and you get all distracted with this noise, background noise, if you will. But what's your work? What are you here to do? And why are you not doing it? Now, some people are doing it. I posted on Facebook, I said, what's stopping you? Nobody really understood what I meant. And the idea is, what's stopping you from taking that step forward? Why not make 2026 the year that you do that? Why wait? What are you waiting for? You're waiting for permission? I'm giving you permission. You have permission to succeed. Go, right? If that's what you need, you got it. But there's no point in waiting anymore, because what's going to happen is going to happen. I think Bruce has it right. He says, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to move forward. He's been moving forward. Bruce, kudos to you. You've been digging in wholeheartedly on your new program. And guess what? Same with Mitch. We had lunch a couple of weeks ago, and I was very impressed, Mitch, from the heart, very impressed by what you're doing, very impressed by what you're putting together. And the fact that, 2020 caught us all off guard, but, he's back in his game fully. And Bruce, he's back in his game fully. Guess what? I'm back in my game fully as well. And that's why we're doing this a little different today than we normally do, because I think it's time for the message to change. There needs to be a message of motivation, inspiration. It needs to be a message where there's hope again, rather than all this fear that we've been experiencing. And the media is the virus, right? And we've been saying this. This is the big challenge. So let's take a little joke break, and then let's continue, because I love putting these things, put a little good mood into the show here.
Oh, my English is far from being perfect. Like, I don't speak perfect English by far, but recently I realized that there are some people who speak way worse English than me. Like, way worse. I heard that there's an actual campaign, a huge campaign that's been going on now to teach people that no means no. Like, that's pretty basic level. That's like English 101. I thought that's like one of the easiest words. But maybe we have a problem that some people don't know. No. And we have to teach. It's just like, if that's the case that somebody doesn't know no, then my question is that, is it even helpful? Is it helpful to have a campaign? Like, is it helpful to define a word by like using the same word? Is it the same? Like, no means no. Well, probably. That would have been my first guess. Yeah, because it is the exact same word. So I would assume it might also mean the same thing. That's how words work normally. But like, if somebody doesn't know the first no, I bet they won't know the second no either. There is zero new information in that sentence. But I've been thinking about it, and I think we should change that campaign just a little bit to make it way more helpful. I think we just tweak it a bit. I think it should go like this. I think it should go like, no means...
Ismo is his name, and he's from Finland. He's a very funny comedian. He plays with the English language like that.
It's funny because it's so true. I mean, if you really think about the English language that we use, it's one of the most effed up languages on the planet, where, the way that the words and the double meanings spelled different, the same, it's, it's be far easier to learn a foreign language, than it would be to learn English, right? But us as Americans, and being English our main language, it's way more difficult because our minds are so messed up in the way that the English language is. How do we even contemplate, the things that are in Spanish, or pick a language, Italian, French, doesn't matter. But yeah, English is one of the most effed up languages that there is on the planet.
Well, English is the, when I teach, I talk to my family up in Quebec. They're all French speaking, and they have a hard time with English because it's a language of exceptions, right? So you chop a tree up, and then you chop a tree down, then you chop it up is very confusing to them. Well, which one is it? Well, it's both. So yeah, we have a strange language. All right, let's move on a little bit. Let's talk about let's see. let's see how far we can go down the range here. So I went into Grok and I said, okay, tell me the top issues every month, of 2025. Well, natural disasters. We had the wildfires that rage in Los Angeles. That was in January, which is really odd in a way, because January here in this part of the country in Southern California is the rainy season. And we didn't have the rain last year. We had very, very little rain. So we had these massive wildfires that, again, I think a lot of us will say not natural, right? Fires jumping from house to house to house to house, and they had no water to put them out, and yada, yada, yada. A year later, they still haven't cleaned it up. They still haven't issued building permits. I think they've issued 4 in the last year. And, the same deal that we see going on here was going on in Lahaina and Hawaii, and, the same game. And a lot of these people are just selling their property because they can't keep paying, mortgage and taxes on a vacant lot now, basically, full of ash is really what it is. So they're leaving. And I think if they wait it out long enough, all those people will go and they won't come back, and then they can sell the land and do other things with it. So, it was a strange kind of thing. The natural disasters, what we're seeing, here in Southern California. Mitch, you've probably been noticing this. If you look at the sky at all, you've noticed the sky art has been insane the past month here. It's been every single day. We've been seeing it. And, we had that giant rainstorm on Christmas Eve. Missed us, passed just north of us. We didn't get it. But guess what? Tomorrow, a second storm's coming in. So let's talk about the environment. Do you think, the weather manipulation will be caught up on, and we'll start seeing any improvements there? Bruce, I'm going to throw this one to you. Give Mitch a moment to breathe, because I don't like put him on the spot every time. You know what I mean?
So the question is whether we're going to get a handle on the weather manipulation.
Correct.
Because for the longest time, this is when a more recent development of that, kind of having justified. We've talked about the chemtrails, and we've been told they're crazy, that they don't exist. It's just vapor. Well, then now there's multiple states that have enacted laws, preventing the the geoengineering. We know about the HAARP, whether it's going to get under control. I don't know that we're to that point where the people that are pulling the handles, levers of power are of the right belief or mindset, for the betterment of humanity. It's still going to be using it for their own, personal interest, gain, profiteering. We know it's true. How it's going to end up ultimately changing, I don't know. The people, they're still people. They're over in UK, I believe they are actively moving towards, and Bill Gates has been a huge fan of this, of wanting to block out the sun, using particulate in the sky to be able to stop global warming, which we know is bullshit. So it's a self-perpetuating, situation, and how we get under control. And can we even, have they put so much, BS stuff in the atmosphere that it's just completely uncontrollable at this point? I don't know. I know the hurricanes, they say, are getting worse and worse because of climate change. But this year here in Florida, there was 0 hurricanes that made landfall in Florida this year. It's like the first time in almost forever, right? And they always do these predictions, and they're telling us the storms are getting worse and worse and worse. But this year in Florida, there was no hurricanes made landfall in Florida, which is amazing. So I think we're moving towards that. Whether we get it completely under control in 2026, I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
Mitch?
Well, I think more stories are coming out little by little about the proof that there is modification going on. You just have to look at the skies and see the chemtrails. There are stories I've seen come out even in mainstream media about it. But I think this gets back to a bigger issue. And the bigger issue is that there's a certain percentage of humans that like to play God. And somehow, especially those moneyed humans, that guy you mentioned with the Gates last name, he's inhuman. and he portrays this philanthropic and benevolence, but the reality is he wants to play God. And so when you have moneyed interests and you have the ability to control and direct and manipulate things in the world with that kind of money, we little people can only watch and say, what can we do? But I think that more and more that people are coming to grips with this, what I think has been a climate scam for 30, 40 years, personally. Ever since Al Gore, I mean, the guy became he's worth $500 million, $250 million, based on one paradigm of, it's the world is going to crap, and in 20 years we're going to self-destruct, and literally nothing that he said was going to happen has happened. And so the question is, what can we do about it? And what are the effects of it? So I really don't know. I think on the scale of when you think about the long term, it's hard to see 50 and 100 and 200 years down the road what it's going to lead to. But I know today people are a lot more aware of the scam side of it than and the moneyed interests that have been behind it. So, but it concerns me, that there's aluminum dropping from the air in record numbers. It's affecting our health. It's affecting the crops, affecting the soil. And so, again, like anything else, you've got to get people aware of it and to be conscious of it. And now the question is, what can we do to reverse it? I don't have an answer for that.
Seems to me that right now, what's being played out is as Lewis mentioned earlier in the show, it's kind of a last-ditch effort. They're burning the bridges, and that's why Jackie was saying and Tazgirl was saying Virginia, Florida, and we're hearing a lot in the UK and other countries as well. Chemtrails are everywhere. And it looks like they're pulling out all the stops right now, and they don't care who knows. They know it's going to be ended at some point, and they're just blowing their stack and doing as much as they can. It was very covert before. You saw it occasionally, but now you're seeing the X patterns in the sky, and you're seeing them fly over and turn it on and turn it off. And I guess they're switching tanks as they burn through it. And Mitch is right. We're finding record levels of aluminum in the soil, which means that's being picked up in the plants, and that means, guess what? We're eating aluminum. What does aluminum lead to? Aluminum gets through the blood-brain barrier, and there are a lot of people saying that is behind Alzheimer's, right? So it impacts our cognitive abilities. So there's a lot to be concerned with here. The good news in all of this is a lot more people are finding out about it. More people are seeing what's going on, and the more light that we shine on this thing, the quicker we'll get to the point at which it goes away. I have a lot of hope that we won't see this much in 2026 going forward. I believe, probably within the first 90 days of 26, we'll start to see it diminish, and they'll get a handle on it. And, it's a little strange. Strange is a good word. Strange is a good word that we, don't really know who's behind it. I know we'll say DARPA, or we'll say things like that, but why don't we have control over that? We should have control over it. Somebody in the government would know where the money's coming from. Like, the government shut down, it stopped. So we know the money's coming from the government, right? And all of a sudden, it's like, well, if we're paying for it, then shouldn't we know who's behind it? So it's just a question of nailing that down and stopping it, putting a stop to it, stop the funding, stop whatever is needed to stop it, because I think everyone's aware that this is not a good thing for the planet. It's not a good thing for the people. And, Mitch, you probably have seen it as well here in San Diego. We call it the San Diego cough. People get this thing in their lungs and they just cough and cough and cough, and it doesn't go away. And I really believe it's the stuff they're spraying, because it is coming down on us. I mean, the initial thinking was, well, they're spraying in California, but by the time it hits the ground, it's actually over in Arizona. How does it make the people in Arizona feel? That's not actually what's happening. It's a particulate, so it comes down pretty close to where it was sprayed. So, we're seeing the health effects, the negative health impacts of it. And I think enough people are waking up to it and realizing, you know what? We thought it was a conspiracy, but maybe you guys were onto something. Maybe, just maybe you had it right. Because they can't deny it now. Because you could see a plane go over and you could see there's a contrail, lasts for a few seconds and it goes away. As soon as the hot air coming out of the jet engine cools, it goes away. But not the chemtrails, they stay and they dissipate and they get wider and wider and wider. And then there's more of them, right? So as we start to see that, I think people who believed this was a conspiracy, a lot more are waking up to it. And that's what's required. And this is why we keep talking. This is why we keep doing the shows. This is why we keep putting the posts out. This is why we share, we like, we comment on other people sharing this stuff, right? Because it helps the algorithm, trains the algorithm to share that information even further. Because the more people who are aware, the more power we have. Truth is, this many of them, this many of us. We just haven't exercised our power. And I hope we do that in 26. I'm really looking forward to that.
Amen to that.
Amen to that.
You know what?
Look at you. You're almost a ghost. There's just a head.
Oh yeah, I gotta, because my background was really dark and I was peeling off some layers and I didn't have a chance to put another shirt on. So I'll probably do another wardrobe change here in a second because I didn't realize I was just going to be a floating head.
He's a floating head. I love it. Oh, the modern day of technology. Yes, we're having a lot of fun.
You know, Robert, is with all the moneyed interests behind these things, how does a pilot actually eliminate the cognitive dissonance of knowing that he's in a plane releasing particulates or chemicals into the air and not just say, no, I'm not going to fly the plane? Because the reality is, no matter how much power and money is behind something, somebody's got to go up in that plane and fly that plane.
Yeah.
And if everyone said, no, I'm not going to fly the plane, Mr. Gates, you want to go up, you fly the plane, right? So in the human heart, you got to wonder, like, how corruptible are people? Like they say, everybody has a price, you know?
I have an answer.
Huh?
I have an answer.
Right. Please enlighten me.
The TSA is a good example of that. If you go through the TSA, you know, the hands up thing where you get the double chest x-rays.
Yeah.
They don't know that it's chest x-rays. They don't know that it's that much x-ray radiation. By the way, those machines are banned in other countries. The United States is the only country that uses them because they're so dangerous, right? And if you talk to the TSA agent, you know what they're told? It's just sound waves. They're lied to. And that's how they do it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be exposing people to this. And by gosh, they wouldn't be around it all day long. The level of cancer for those agents that are sitting by those machines is through the roof. I don't know why they haven't caught on yet, but they're going to catch on at some point. So I would imagine it's the same for the pilot. They're being told, oh, you're just spraying, benign stuff. They're not being told they're spraying particulates. They're not being told they're spraying aluminum. Some company comes and fills those tanks up and they fly and they flip the switch. They don't know what they're doing. And, they're looking at, us and they're saying, you guys are full of conspiracy. That's not what's going on. I know I'm in those planes. I would be impacted by it. Well, yeah, you will be at some point. You wake up one day and you got lung cancer and you go, how'd that happen? Maybe that stuff wasn't as safe as it was. And by the way, those pilots, if you ever saw the videos of them, when they're in the cockpit, how are they dressed? Mask, goggles, right? They don't breathe any of it. Maybe that's a clue, guys. Maybe Mitch is right. Maybe the pilots should understand what they're doing is not safe. But I think they're being fed a story. They're fed a line. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it. I agree with you, Mitch. If they knew, they wouldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you had another comment there. Mitch has another comment. He looks like he's got something to say. All right, so let's go back to our list here in the economy. Tariffs are a big thing. This really happened a lot in 2025. And, if you look at, I think Trump is really taking it on the chin with this. Now, Trump makes a lot of mistakes. We're not saying he's perfect. Nobody's perfect. That's not the goal. He makes a lot of mistakes. But the area he really excels at is economy and finance. That's something that's on his brain. He knows very, very well, right? And so the tariffs are interesting. And how many times they tried to stop him? They took him to court. The Supreme Court even, I don't know, that ruling, I don't know if it lasted or not lasted, that he wasn't able to impose tariffs for some strange technical reason. But throughout history, presidents have been able to do that. So let's talk about the tariffs. Do you think, Bruce, I'll start with you. Do you think the tariffs are a good thing, or do you think it is something that maybe we need to revisit?
No, I think they are definitely a good thing. And it's funny, the people that are supposedly in the know, right? All the talking heads and the pundits were saying, the tariffs are going to cause massive inflation. It's going to be unaffordable. It's just a tax on all the people in America. Well, that's turned out to not be true to this point, because things aren't like they said they were going to be, not crashing and burning. Mm-hmm. People were initially freaked out about it. And if you look back into history before 1913, that was the main way the United States government got their funding and monies was from tariffs. It wasn't, the Internal Revenue Service didn't come into being until I think it was 1913, if I'm correct. So, so we definitely need to flip that to an External Revenue Service. And being, the global situation that we're in, we're being charged. We need to have reciprocals. We need to charge them. America can't be the piggy bank for the world like it has been for God knows how long.
Yeah.
And so we have, either make them all go away, or just like Trump said, a reciprocal, trade situation. If you're going to whack us, we're going to whack you, for those funds and those monies. I mean, and it's having an effect on some global stuff. I saw recently, Volkswagen is closing down plants in Germany because they're financial. It's not financially feasible for them anymore to build their cars there and ship them over here. So things are changing on a rapid scale from a global perspective on the way that we do trade and how things are moved back and forth. And so I'm a proponent. I'm in favor of tariffs, and or get rid of them all. You can't have can't be charging America's only and then expect us not to do the same thing back.
Yep. Mitch, how was it back in 1913 when they brought in the tax law?
Well, I was just a youngster, so I was still eating off my mother's teeth. One thing I will say, though, a prime example would be pharmaceuticals and what Trump has done. Right. So we're financing the entire world's drug industry, obviously, ABC, CBS, but now all of a sudden, I don't know how the hell he did it, but he got the drug companies to agree to give America favored status. So when you think about the amount of money that people were spending for certain types of drugs, life-sustaining drugs in many cases. I'm not a big pharmaceutical fan, and I'm happy to say I'm not, at my ripe old age of 71, I'm on no pharmaceutical drugs, all right? However, there are things that people need to survive, and they were paying obscene amounts of money for them, $10,000 a year, $3,000 a month. And he got them to reduce prices by 70, 80, 90%. So you think about how we were financing the whole world's pharmaceutical intake. And now all of a sudden he gutted 50, 60, 70, 80% of the profit just for Americans.
Yeah.
What's that going to do to the industry? Not getting very much airplay at all. I don't see that on the mainstream, although I don't watch mainstream media. But the entire that alone, if he did nothing else but that alone, that should be hailed as an incredible accomplishment for the people who do need those or want those pharmaceuticals. But nothing. You don't hear anything. So I agree with Bruce. I'm in favor of leveling the playing field. And if we're going to be which we are, the biggest consumer country in the world, we should at least have the benefits of the best pricing in the world and not have to pay exorbitant prices for other countries to take advantage of. So, everybody looks at it from a micro point of view. It's hard to look at the macro when it costs you more to do something. But that offset alone for many people. Now if we can do something about healthcare and the prices of healthcare, which I think is going to be a very big battle in the first quarter of next year, if it doesn't get resolved by, tomorrow, I guess. That alone will reduce people's cost of living. In many cases, it'll give relief to people, free up hundreds and maybe thousands of dollars per month. So I think personally, whether you like him or not, Trump has been confronting a lot of these economic issues that were not confronted over the last 4.5 years.
Or even 8 plus. I mean, since Obamacare came in, people hear about the subsidies and the things the games that these people play, and the Democrat, what they put in Obamacare, these subsidies that is 100% solely going to insurance companies in the tune of billions of dollars a year, so that they give people coverage. And that's the other thing, they conflate health care and health insurance. Right? If you don't have insurance, you don't have health care. You don't have access to health care. If I don't have insurance, that I can't go see a doctor. That's bullshit. That's a lie. Because I've lived through a lot of my cardiac situations that I had from 2004 when I had my first heart attack, is when I lost my insurance when I had a real job, until 2020 when a different situation came into play. All those major 2012 2009 when I had my single bypass, 2012 when I nearly died, had 3 surgeries, 2018 7 surgeries in 6 months. I had all that with no insurance. So don't tell me that you can't get access to healthcare if you don't have insurance. So that's another game they play with these wordings. These guys are wordsmiths and sorcerers and wizards when they do this type of stuff. But that's coming up, and there could be a shutdown of the government again coming the end of January, I think. But all this stuff it's all coming out here, and that's been a huge exposure that people maybe were not aware of, that the Obamacare subsidies, which were set to expire, that the Democrats voted in with 0 Republican votes, by the way, that they designed them to expire. And so now they're complaining it's the Republicans' fault that Granny's not going to have any health insurance. And they're going to go back to that trope, going to kill grandma. So yeah, it's, these are things that need to be worked out. And I thought in President Trump's first term, didn't he put in, or was some law passed about some open pricing or structure that you had to be able to see, what was, costs were being, levied against you, but you could compare doctor to doctor and shop around for the best pricing. I haven't seen that, coming, because I've had some pretty intimate experiences with the healthcare industry with some of my cardiac issues up until 2018, so that is a huge problem. Many people, my recommendation, this is just my viewpoint, unpopular as it might be, insurance is the biggest scam on the planet, and that you're better off not having it unless you have some type of chronic, ongoing issue that you need some care for. The normal average healthy person, why are you pissing away all this money when you could help self-insure yourself, or even negotiate being a self-pay with a doctor? I've done that many times. You can negotiate for probably 50, 60, 70% of what they charge because the game that they play with these doctors, the game that they play is they know they're only going to get, let's say, just pick some numbers out of the air, for a, let's say you go in, you need to have just a normal physical, let's say, right? The insurance company is only going to pay $30 for the physical. That's what the doctor is going to get from the insurance company. The doctor is going to bill the insurance company $150 or more, knowing that they're only going to get $30, and it's an accounting game back and forth. So you can go in and negotiate self-pay. I've done that. Needed an X-ray, and they wanted to charge me they were going to charge the insurance company $500. And I said, well, you're going to pay $250 if you can pay now. Well, I'm self-pay. I can pay you cash right now. I ended up paying $75 to have that X-ray that they were going to charge the insurance company $500 for.
Yep.
So I mean, this is all a game. It's a shell game that they're playing to screw the American people and keep us dependent upon their systems. But yeah, so that's my take on the healthcare thing.
Excellent. Excellent there, Mr.
But
Poppy.
before we jump any further, I want to make sure that people know who Robert is, because he did some introductions for us, and nobody's really done an introduction for Rob. So I want people to know who Robert Imbriali is from this standpoint. So Robert Imbriali, if I say his name right, Imbriali,
you got it,
is known as a motivational marketer. He's a master coach. He's a best-selling author of motivational marketing, internet marketing pioneer, and the president of Ultimate Wealth, Inc. Trained by Tony Robbins, he's been transforming lives and businesses through coaching since 1995, personally guiding thousands face-to-face and helping countless entrepreneurs build thriving practices and businesses. He's a dynamic speaker who's shared stages with top leaders, hosted popular podcasts like Coach's Corner, and even launched Renegade Media TV as a calm voice of reason in turbulent times. He hosts masterminds for entrepreneurs, which you can find at robert.live/group. Robert.live/group to get information about his masterminds for entrepreneurs. I was able to sit in on one of those this last week, and it was fantastic. So I highly encourage people to check that out if you're an entrepreneur looking to be and do and accomplish more in 2026, like all of us are. Get a hold of Robert. He can help you make that happen.
Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate that. The website is roberti.live. There's a little I in there.
I can't even. The letters were small. My bad.
roberti.live/group. Yeah, that's where you would go. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate that. Mitch has been a big help in terms of getting me clearer on what I should do going forward for the mastermind, because the market has changed and people's desires have changed. What worked 10 years ago in business doesn't work anymore today. Things are shifting so quickly, and I got to tell you, I went onto Grok this morning and I said, what's the number one question people have going into 2026? In other words, what's the biggest fear that they have? You know what came up? AI. Will AI replace my job? That's the number one fear people have. So let's have a little talk about AI. Let's talk about what we think is going to happen in 26 and maybe even beyond. How many jobs will be replaced? It's if you look at that Liberty Summit logo just below, that took me about 30 seconds to create with AI. I couldn't have done that in Photoshop with a couple of hours of work. It wouldn't have not looked as nice as I love it. I think it's perfect. It's exactly what it needed to be. I went in, I said, hey, this is what is the name of my summit. This is what it's about. I need a logo, make it square. Boom. First one that came up, that was it. I said, that's the one. That's the winning one. So, sorry, graphic artist. I guess that skill set's not really that valuable going forward. So let's talk about it. Who wants to start, Mitch or Bruce? Which one?
Go for it, Bruce.
Well, I'm on the AI bandwagon, if you will, to a certain point. It is just like anything else. There's lots of fear porn that's coming along with it. There's there's a wide swath of people in camps of their positioning on AI. I tend to lean more of it's like the Second Amendment, the tools that we use for the Second Amendment. a weapon, a firearm. It's a tool. The AI is a tool. And right now, where we're at, I believe, with the AI is in the kind of a novelty phase where you can see social media is taking over, a lot of social media, TikTok videos, Facebook, YouTube Shorts, all that type of stuff. AI generated. Some of it's pretty cool, but most of it's kind of junk. So it's in a novelty phase, but it is just a tool that you can use to either enhance and improve yourself, your work, and your output, or you be on the other end of the spectrum. We're just totally anti-AI. I think those people are going to be the ones that are suffer, because you got to change with the times. You're either evolving or you're dissolving. As times change, you got to be up to speed. I mean, in today's world with these tracking devices that everybody has, but I don't want that track. I'm going to stick with my beeper. I got my beeper. I'm not changing. There ain't nothing can happen. I don't like CDs. I'm going with 8-track tapes. 8-track tapes is where it's at. I'm not changing. So unless you have a mindset of moving forward and be able to learn, you don't have to become an AI expert and be able to use it for all kinds of stuff, but you have to understand what it is and how to use it. Then there's the other end of the spectrum, the people that are in the transhumanist camp that think, AI as it stands right now, if we don't stop it, next thing you know, Elon Musk and his brown shirts are going to show up at your house and tie you down and put a Neuralink in your head, right? That's, so there's that faction, and in so it's everything. You got to take everything in perspective and in moderation, but you have to be up to speed on what's going on, right? Those guys that still want to play 8-track tapes, they're not going to. Those jobs are going to be gone.
That's right.
Right.
Yep.
So you got to adapt. That's one of the biggest assets that we have as humanity is our ability to adjust and adapt. And like I said before, in nature, you're either growing or you're dying. There is no in between. You cannot, the status quo, you cannot stay the same. You're either evolving or you're dissolving. You're growing or you're dying. So that's where we need to, have the mindset moving forward. I love using AI, and I use it more than, just a fancy Google, but it is a valuable tool, and I'm on board with it to a certain point. And it's like I said, it's a tool. Depends on who's using it, right? You get the evil ones, and I've seen it. I've used it enough. Grok, and I've used multiple ones: Grok, Gemini, ChatGPT. I've kind of, Rob likes to settle in with Grok. I've settled in with ChatGPT. I don't know where Mitch stands, but even you can see some of the biases in it when the different things. When you try to get it, to go against, what the normal or mainstream narrative is on a lot of things, it doesn't want to go there. Because of the programming. So like I said, it's a tool, but I think people should embrace it to a certain point. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck looking for an 8-track player to play your tapes.
So true. So true. Mr. Mitch.
Well, I have mixed feelings about it. Like any tool, it can be used for great good, obviously. In medicine, it's creating new breakthroughs. But again, it comes when you look at the knowledge world, to be able to have knowledge. I remember when encyclopedias came out, right? You had all this knowledge in this little library of books. And if you wanted to do a report for school, all you had to do is go into the Encyclopedia Britannica, and you could get the information, what you knew to be the compendium of world information. Now you have that, in the fingertip. There's a difference between information, knowledge, wisdom, and experience. We live in a world of information that rapidly transformed with Google and other types of services, and even knowledge. And so we're not in the information business, Google is. Now with AI, we're not even in the knowledge business because all the world's accumulated knowledge can be put into an AI. So on one hand, I think it's a wonderful thing because we're going to value human experience and wisdom, which AI, at least to this point, can't duplicate. And as you say, Bruce, if you use it as a tool to help you, and I've got a couple of, I bought into a couple of companies that are very AI oriented. And it is true, it's going to replace an enormous amount of jobs, basic organizational jobs, accounting type jobs, even the law people, when you can tap into information about the law, create briefs in a split second, have templates for things. So on one hand, it poses an incredible challenge in that a lot of people's jobs will disappear. On the other hand, there are certain things that it won't do. I don't think it's going to repair a toilet or put electricity through an apartment building. So there's going to be a massive movement into the trades, I believe. It's going to dramatically affect colleges and universities because the typical four-year degree, except for things like engineering, medicine, and certain areas that may not be affected as much, the college degree is going to be essentially almost worthless. What is a sociology degree worth or a human studies degree worth today compared to the investment you had to make to get it? So I think it's got some wonderful aspects to it, but it scares a lot of people because it's moving so fast. The human mind can't keep up with the speed of rapid change going on in the world. And those of us who want serenity and escape and peace, when you get bombarded with just in marketing alone, I'm amazed at how many experts there are in AI when it's only been around for a couple of years in its current iteration.
You noticed that too, have you?
I don't know who said that marketers F up everything, all right, because they take everything that comes out and they turn it into a marketing advantage. So I think it is maybe going to be a massive disruptor, even more than the internet was, because it's going to bifurcate market. The majority of people right now have no idea what it is, what it does, and have no interest whatsoever in adapting to it. And especially people my generation, baby boomers, maybe the X generation. So, those people that say you may not be replaced by AI, but you're going to be replaced by somebody who can deploy AI, that type of mindset. So I think it scares the hell out of a lot of people. And, again, back to the first thing we talked about, change. It's creating massive disruption. And so I don't know where it's going to play out, but I do know one thing. It's already been proven that AI can run amok and it can have an effect to where the machine is now creating sort of its own world. And for those people who are egomaniacs and believe they're God, could use it for very nefarious purposes. Mm-hmm. So the downside of it is, when you can create destruction from something people can't see or touch or feel or hear, somebody's going to try to use it for their advantage. Mm-hmm. But I think everyday life, people would be wise to become familiar with it and find ways to use it, even if it's just to make life easier for them on basic human things like organization, bookkeeping, whatever. But it is, I think, the biggest disruptor we've seen in my lifetime.
Yeah.
But do you think the we can get to a situation where it's a iRobot, type of thing, where this AI can become, what we call sentient, and it doesn't have the ability for emotions. It can feign, emotions. It can emulate, an emotional type response. But can it become a sentient type of being where you've seen in the movies where these AIs, like you said, run amok and just go crazy? I can't remember. There was a movie recently that I saw on Netflix. It was about an old 50s, AI type thing that kind of came the smart house. And this thing went crazy, fell in love with this guy, just got all kinds of chaos and stuff. Do you think that that is a potentiality, or is that more of a fantasy type situation? Right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 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 What it can go that way, and that's why it's so important. This fight that we're having for humanity and trying to rid or expose or eliminate as much as we can evil, the evil controllers of the parasitic controllers, as Lewis calls them. Remove their influence and have we the people stand up. And if we can get some people with some not nefarious intentions to have control over the way that humanity goes, instead of us being guided by these social engineering firms like Tavistock and whatever other evil entities are hiding behind leaders of countries and such like that. So that's why what we're doing and why it's so important we continue to fight. It's not just for America, but it's for humanity and the globe. Well, that's why I'm all in on whatever it takes to make it happen.
Well,
I can go back to way back, actually, go back to a time when the internet just had really started to come out and started to be public. I got online the very first time in 1984. Yes, 84 with an 8. And, I'm an internet pioneer, internet marketing pioneer. I've been doing this a very long time. And one of the interesting things was people were really scared of this online world, really scared of it when it first came out, because it was going to disrupt so much. And we keep talking about how much AI is a disruptor. You got to imagine a lot of brick and mortar stores, retailers, they were really upset about it. Accountants were really scared about it. Doctors were scared because now you could go online, you could find information. But it took a long time to get there. But the fear was visceral. And when I got on the World Wide Web, 1993, when it first came out to the public, it went even more, because now you could have, you couldn't have a lot of big pictures, but you could have pictures now, right? And it started to build that momentum. America Online in those years, right? People were really scared about this whole thing. And if you look at AI is just sort of the next iteration of that. It's where it was logically going to go anyway. The thing that surprised me is how quickly it got there, because we were going along, incremental. All of a sudden, AI comes along, and there's this massive leap forward. So, is it going to replace a lot of people? Yeah, no question, it will. That's what technology will do. However, it also, at the same time, if you look at the positive aspect of it, will free us up. We'll have more time to do other things. Like, I didn't have to spend hours doing a logo, for instance, right? I got it done in minutes rather than something that would have taken me hours to do. Then if you look at it from this perspective, you say, okay, how many other tedious tasks can it replace? So you see a lot of AIs out there. They're like, we have the people setting up these AIs so they're personal assistants, and Bruce is having experience of that, where it's a personal assistant, right? And you could do a lot of these menial tasks that you would normally do manually. Now you can have it done by AI. You could actually schedule it. So, for instance, something simple, right? You might say, give me the top 10 news stories every morning at 8 a.m. AI will go out, gather it, search tons of websites, give you a summary, pre-printed, there it is. Okay, that's easy. But how about if you had it, update your calendar or schedule appointments or all of the things that you would have an admin doing, right? In your business, you wouldn't need to do anymore. So I think there's an opportunity here that we're not talking about. We talk a lot about the fear, but I think I want to look at the opportunity side and say, okay, so if all of this stuff frees us up, if we free up all this extra time, how much more creative could we be, right? How much more can we create? How much more can we innovate if those things were in place? So that's the way I'm looking at AI. Again, it's a tool. It can be used for good. It can be used for evil, just like a baseball bat. It's great when it's hitting the ball, and not so great if you're hitting grandma. You know what I mean? It's just one of these things. It depends how you use it. And I think that AI is going to be the same thing. Just a thought.
And there's been recently, because music is huge, a couple of songs that are completely AI generated that have made it on to some, Billboard. I don't know if it's the Billboard list, but some top hit list that completely AI generated music. And a lot of the true artists got their paintings all in a wad and, worried about this situation. Same thing with the movie industry, with the way things, with what they're releasing to us publicly. What they're releasing to us publicly, what AI is behind the scenes and the bigger corporate stuff. It's way more advanced, and even from a militarily standpoint, the AI that they probably use or have available to them versus us as normal human beings and citizens is, years and years beyond what we have right now. So the movie industry can completely be taken over, and completely, Hollywood is completely useless. Everything can be done generated with AI and computers. But the problem that we have with AI.
Let me reframe you for a moment on Hollywood being gone. The truth of the matter is you still need the creative input that AI doesn't yet have, right? And you still have to be able to say, this is the scene I want to generate. This is what I want the scene to be. This is what I want it to look like. So the people that are in jeopardy are really the pick and shovel people, right? The camera people, the lighting people, the key grip, all that list of people that you see when you're looking at a production. You could actually have a feature-length production now with 3 or 4 people can do it, right? Yeah. Changes it.
But some of the problem that we're having going forward with the AI and the energy consumption that it takes for that's why there's been so hard, and our electrical grid right now is completely taxed here in the United States. It's outdated, and it's so for the electrical generation that's needed, the power consumption that these things consume is just massive. So there's going to have to be some pretty significant improvements in the way that electricity, or whether we shift to nuclear or what, I don't know.
No, what happened
I don't know if Tesla's got some 0-point energy that can run an AI data center.
No, Bruce, what happened was NVIDIA came out with a card and they gave it to Elon. Their I think it's this H1000 chip that they use. They came up with the next generation. They gave Elon the first one, and the president of NVIDIA signed it. uses 40% less energy and is much more powerful. So the energy thing, we're sort of figuring it out now. And here's what AI is really good at. If you go into AI and you say, hey, we've got this chip and it's using up this much energy, can we find a way to optimize it? If you had one engineer, a team of engineers, it would take them 10 years to figure it out. If you have AI, AI has all the engineering, all the information at its fingertips all at once, and it can compile it. So I think we're going to see innovation incredibly speed up. And I don't think the power thing is going to be that big of an issue going forward. If they had that much of a jump in 1 year.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but that sounds good. And I guess that's why Trump is so hard, pushing these days, for in the innovation aspect of it. Mitch mentioned earlier the medical, side of AI and what it can do as far as having access and being able to run a gazillion iterations of some equation in almost a snap of a finger.
Exactly.
To be able to narrow down and eliminate issues and problems. So it's, like I said, I can see it being good, but there, just like anything, it can be abused and to the detriment of society.
Okay, here's a question for you, Bruce. Would you be okay with an AI robot taking out your gallbladder?
I think I would trust the AI robot than I did some of the surgeons that have already carved me up. Some of those MFers nearly killed me. But yeah, because humans still are fallible beings. Right. You got hands shaking. The guy in 2012 that wanted to replace my pacemaker and nearly killed me. The guy was old as dirt. He was probably older. He probably was alive in 1913 during that whole situation. So, but anyway, he even had a guy holding his arm. I mean, I don't even how this guy can continue to practice medicine. I don't know. He retired after my surgery, I believe. But yeah, I mean, the precision of it. I think I would trust that more than I would a human being.
Yeah, well, what if you got the surgeon who that morning of the surgery had a big fight with his girlfriend?
Right, yeah.
Gonna take it out on you.
Absolutely. No, yeah, that's these are things that you don't take into consideration. Yeah. If your doctor or somebody's having a bad day, is that the day you want to have your gallbladder or something else, taken care of? I don't know.
How about you, Mitch?
That's a good question.
Well, back in 2020, after my stroke, I had 2 brain surgeries in 3 days.
Wow.
And when I was told that I had to have brain surgery before the doctor could get too deeply into how it was going to be done, all I could think of was, they're going to rip my skull. I didn't even want to think about it. I turned ice cold,
Yeah.
But the reality was that with the progression of medical technology and lasers, they only had to go over my eyebrow. And he tried to reassure me that we do these 100 times a day. That didn't give me much solace. But we're going to literally, just go in through your eyebrow. And I kind of felt a wave of relief just knowing that there was something of precision that probably a human couldn't do to the same degree. So in that way, it's a tool. It's wonderful. But I want to say 2 other things about AI. Recent study in Harvard, a group of high school kids were given an assignment to do a paper, all right? And one group had access to AI and ChatGPT, and the other group had to write it from their own mind and creativity. Interesting outcome. They measured the brain waves and the firing of the brain waves, and they found that the ones that used ChatGPT or some other AI had 70% lower brain function than kids who did it out of their own creativity and their own mind. And this is one small study. So when you, just like with the encyclopedia didn't disrupt my brainwaves. But the AI and the reliance on AI had 70% reduced brain function. So if you extrapolate that to larger macro world, and we get to the point where we're so reliant on something else thinking for us, and then you bring into that equation what you said, Robert, about now you have more time to be creative. Actually, so far,
not panning out that way, huh?
Yeah, if you have more time, how are you going to spend that time?
Yeah, exactly.
And so combine the results of that one study with the fact that kids are spending an inordinate amount of time on their computers, phones, whatever, technology. What it says is that people are not going to spend more time gardening and coming up with creative solutions to the world's problems. They're going to be spending more time on technology. Second thing, what's coming out of AI is so realistic that people are having a difficult time now discerning if an image, a video, or something is real or it's AI generated. So now when the average mind that, can't discern, like I could not discern certain things you could tell are AI, but we're in the infancy stages, and the progression and the advancement,
Yep,
it's exponential. So maybe in a year, you're going to be watching somebody give a speech that's completely AI generated, and you think it's real, and it's all manufactured. And so are we leaning toward a manufactured reality that nobody can tell the difference?
So here's a question. Here's a question for you. Am I talking to Mitch Axelrod, or is Mitch Axelrod the real one on the beach in Hawaii right now?
I would actually like to be on the beach in Hawaii right now, but unfortunately, this isn't me. But can you know the difference if in reality it gets to a point where it is so incredible? So we're already seeing things come out, kind of testing the waters on reality, versus manufactured reality. So that's part of what not frightens me, concerns me, that if people, the majority of people, I hate that term, average American. That is the dumbest term I ever heard. Like, who wants to be an average American? It's such an elitist, condescending term, and it's always used in politics by whomever. But in reality, the majority of us are not up on discerning the difference between what we see as real versus manufactured. So if you can convince, Mark Twain said, it's easier to convince people that they've been fooled or whatever than they've been fooled. I botched that quote, but you get the idea, right? So that's what concerns me, along with the fact that if a whole younger generation is being conditioned, taught to rely on something like AI, how is that going to affect people's ability to actually think and keep their mind going? Or is it going to turn into mush as a result of complacency?
You know what I find very fascinating? I was having this chat with Bruce yesterday. Bruce is one who uses AI a lot and uses it primarily, well, not primarily, and a big part of it is coaching, right? So he might go in, he might say, hey, I'm feeling a certain way. What's this about? Because the emotions, we never learned anything about emotions in school. We are 80% emotion, 20% logic, pretty much, right? And we learn nothing about emotions or dealing with them in school at any point in school. Did we ever have a class on how do you handle your emotions and what do your emotions mean, right? So we don't have any of that information. So I was asking him, I was like, how many times do you use AI for that? And he's like, oh, hundreds of times a month. I'm like, okay, great. Now imagine if you were hiring a coach for each one of those times, those questions, and it'd be $100 here, $500 there, that kind of thing. How many tens of thousands of dollars would you have had to pay for that coaching? And that it's right in the palm of your hand for $20, $40 a month, whatever it is, and what a difference it makes. And then I asked them a simple question. I said, are you a better person, in the past few months than you were prior because of this information? And I'm going to let him answer because I don't want to take the fireworks away from him.
No, absolutely. I believe I am. I've had, some from the coaching aspect, and I've actually used my Chat GPT to help me fix a toilet. So, it does fix toilets. I had to physically do the work, but I had a toilet issue here in the RV. I didn't have a clue. Before the AI thing, I would go and try to hunt YouTube and find the video to learn how to fix the toilet in the RV because I didn't have no knowledge of it. But now I just, hey, here's what I got here. And I said, oh yeah, do this and this and this. And then what parts do you need? Oh yeah, here, I can search them for you on Amazon or wherever, and it sorts the parts. But, as far as the knowledge and learning how to do things, because I have set up mine, and that's the other thing that you can, getting a little deeper into the weeds of it, you got to train your AI and to work with you. And there's ways you can do that, but I've, trained it to teach me to, when it tells me stuff, I specifically tell it to give me the reasoning behind why you have made suggestion XYZ, whatever it is, so that I can learn and become better. I don't want to become reliant upon it, and not have to think myself. But I can see how that can happen, and it's already happening. I mean, with what's going on with social media and technology, there is no more family dinners anymore. Kids are, being babysitted by devices instead of their parents. And, the communication, we talked, much earlier about, communication and having differences of opinion, with the technology and stuff and the fake social media that's going on. We're spending more time scrolling than we are talking. We're spending more time on the technology than we are in communicating with regular, humans and people. That everybody wants to have that, they're in that comparison mode, and they want to have the social media where you can be anything you want. You don't have to be your real self. Again, that's wearing a mask and not being in touch because maybe you're hiding from something. That gets into some deeper stuff. But the short answer is yes, it has helped me become a better person, a better communicator, I believe. And I am using it as a tool to help teach me. I'm not just, getting input and having it spit stuff out and then, okay, I'm just brainlessly using AI. So I have a intentional way I've set it up and the way that I utilize it to help me learn to become better at, understanding some of my issues. And it's got some pretty crazy ideas, and you can tell when it's just way off base. And I call it out all the time. I say, "Babe, you're drunk. Are you drinking again?" It says, it gets off sometimes on some tangents. Says, don't make me put you in a box and ship you off to Siberia. So I've threatened my AI guy. I call him Navi. I've threatened to send him off to Siberia because he just goes off on some crazy tangent. Says, I didn't even ask you that. Why are you leading me down this road? So it is a great tool for me. It's been helpful, but like I said, you got to set it up and use it properly. I use it to help me learn why it gives me the information it gives me.
I want you to go into AI and say, can you explain women? Smoke will come out of your
probably
phone.
Go into the whole biological aspect, or maybe it'll say, we can't define a woman.
We can't define a woman. No, we should be able to define a woman.
But I have set up, I have a schedule of certain tasks that I need and I want to do on a daily basis, things I want to accomplish. And I have it hold me accountable every night at 9 p.m. It'll tell me, hey, did you do XYZ today? What are your wins and losses for the day? And I input the information and it tells me, hey, this is where you effed up. This is where you can do better tomorrow. So it's useful in that sense for myself.
The CIA loves you.
Yeah, I know.
How about you, Mitch? What have you learned with AI? Have you been using it as a learning tool, or?
I have, and I did. I wrote a report actually on intellectual property, and I did feed it. But I think what Bruce said is so critical, and I think you have a lot to share with that, because people don't know how to use it, and when you don't know how to use it, it can be intimidating. And the default position is there's a learning curve more than just, travel information or whatever. So I think you can offer a lot to people by being a tutor to people and showing them how to use it to be better person, better your life. So I think what you just said, Bruce, you're using it your own way, but you have a lot to offer because you're further down the road and you've overcome the fear of the learning curve. And you've got a lot to offer people in terms of what you can do to tutor them on how to use AI to make your life better in a lot of ways. So I really think that's something you should consider. So I just dove deep into it with chat, but I fed it with a lot of my own material because I didn't want this report to be obviously an AI generated report, and I wanted to have my voice. I'm a writer. I've written literally, I guess 1,000 or more pieces, from training programs to articles to briefs. And I have a writing style that immediately it's me. Anybody who reads my work knows right away that it's my voice. And I think that's the hardest thing for artificial to capture, is to sound like you, to come off like you. So it was an amazing journey to see the first iteration and then the final iteration of this report, which probably went through, I would say, 40 different versions in one thread. It took me a good 4 or 5 hours. So that was the first time I actually dove into it. And what I see now as a potential, because with my stroke, I really can't write and I can't type anymore. And that has broken the chain from my brain to my mouth to my fingers. And that was a huge adjustment I had to make. What AI can do for me is now, if I can take all of my work in whatever form, video, audio, written material, and dump it into AI, it could be a repository that, as you said, Bruce, in coaching, that if somebody would want my wisdom and experience, so to speak, a lot of it can be conveyed in that repository. But that would take an enormous amount of time and expense to dump, 40 years of work into an AI. So I see the potential in it, and I like to look for the potential and what's good about it. But I'm always wary of output that isn't really true to who I am. I wouldn't want to put something out there just for expediency, for marketing purposes, that really didn't reflect my true nature. So I think the idea that you can train it, as you said, Bruce, which I don't know yet how to do it, I'm learning, is an important aspect of the whole overcoming the fear of AI overtaking humanity. Is we've got to train it to do for us what we want it to do for us. So
I think you're Bruce, what you're hearing there is that you have a business opportunity ahead of you. So people are going to come to you and ask you, how do you do it? How do you do it now that you've learned it? It's really fascinating. And Kellen Flukiger, I guess it's hard to pronounce his last name. He's been very big on that and realizing the coaching industry is in trouble because, what Bruce is doing is basically has a coach on his phone, and a lot of coaches who do what we call system coaching. System coaching is, if the client is doing this or feeling this way, then this is the answer. It's just a system, right? If you hear A, then you go with B, right? And that kind of thing. And the coaches that will really succeed and thrive are the ones who can tap into intuition, right? Because AI can't do that yet. And those people.
And it's getting there's a newer-ish feature on ChatGPT. It's the voice aspect. Mm-hmm. So just for shits and giggles, I want to introduce you to Navi, my AI personal coach. So hold on. So are you there, Navi?
Absolutely. I'm here and ready to dive in. Let's do this the Navi way. So just let me know what's on your mind and we'll tackle it head on. High Performance Coach style.
All right. So I'm on a podcast right now and you're speaking into the microphone. So I want to introduce you to all of the podcast people out there. My friend Robert Imbriali and Mitch Axelrod are co-hosts on this podcast. So say hello.
Hey, Robert. Hey, Mitch, and hello to everyone listening. It's Navi here, and I'm thrilled to be joining you all on the podcast. Let's have some fun and unleash some excellence together. Thanks for having me.
Thanks. Talk to you later. So I mean, it's. I have a lot of fun with it. So I trained it to be a coach for me, and that's you can tell that by some of the response. Let's tackle this, high performance coach style.
I noticed you went with the British accent too.
I love the British accent. I wish there was something a little more Australian, New Zealandish, but yeah, I went with that one too because it's just more fun.
Yeah, it's when people first tack in, and I'm going to encourage everyone who's watching here to get an AI client, download Grok or download ChatGPT to your phone, and try this. I think there are 3 or 4 people that I've introduced this voice conversation with, and they cannot believe how fluent it is. They cannot believe how quick it is. And you can ask pretty much any question you want, and it'll come up with answers. Now, don't take everything it says as fact, as truth, right? Because AI is trained on what? Social media. Reason number 1 that I think Elon ended up buying X or Twitter and turning it into X is because Twitter was they had a system, they called it a fire hose. The fire hose was every single tweet. If you tapped in that fire hose, you got access to every single tweet. And what was happening is other companies, ChatGPT and other companies that were doing AI at the time, were pulling all that information to train their AI. And then when Elon bought it, he saw an opportunity. He didn't care so much about the social network. He cared about the data and that he could create a better AI. And to be able to do that, the one thing he had to do was stop the censorship. It's not totally stopped, but he certainly removed a lot of it where, now a lot of us can go on there and pretty much say what we want. And the idea was, let's create a balanced AI. So AI is trained on information that already exists. It doesn't necessarily yet create new information. So you got to be aware of that. So what you're getting as answers, just be aware, might be biased, might be slanted, might not be perfect. But you get the opportunity, and it's really kind of cool. Hey, I've got this weed growing in my garden. What can I do to alleviate it? Bam, and it comes back with the answer right away. I'm in Southern California, and and it'll give you all that information. Lewis cracks me up because he actually argues with the AI.
Yeah, he does. He tries to back it into a corner and prove it wrong all the time.
That's right. And, you could do that, and it's really a great exercise to do. I've seen Phoebe do that as well. She said, the AI comes back with an answer, and she goes, "I don't believe you." You're wrong. And sure enough, it comes back. Oh, you could be right about that. And then it goes and looks for more information, right? What? Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot to learn here. We should probably think about, all 3 of us, putting together some kind of course to help people, sort of an introduction to AI and help them get involved with starting to use it, because it is a really powerful tool. Used correctly and not abused, because like anything, you could abuse it.
Because there's a lot of people out there, you can see them on YouTube, TikTok, and whatever. There's guys, or you say, hey, you can make $5,000 a month, with a faceless AI YouTube video, blah blah blah, and that's just mostly bullshit. That doesn't really happen. So you gotta be aware and like you said, use your own common intuition and discernment to be able to use this as a tool. You just can't take it at its word, everything it says, because just like Robert said, and Mitch said, I've caught this thing in lies and making things up. What I know, the truth is about a particular thing I was having it help me build my website through my SaaS software, and it didn't have the information, and it was guiding me along a path. It was telling me stuff that wasn't there, and we had this huge argument that it was, making stuff up. I was like, dude, you're wasting more time that you're supposed to be helping me, and now you're sending me down this rabbit hole. I've spent 3 hours, trying to teach you how to do this thing, and you're still screwing it up. So it is a tool, and it's a process. and it's not perfect, by any means. But I think it is super helpful for people to have just some basic cursory knowledge of how it can be utilized and improve your daily living.
Go into AI and ask it who is, and put your name there. Who is Bruce Poppy? Who is Mitch Axelrod? Or if you want to find out more about a political candidate, say who is, and then say the candidate's name, and it'll give you all this information that is not
somehow or another
published.
Somehow I'm connected to Lois Herman.
Uh-huh.
So every time I search my name on AI Grok or whatever it is, it comes up with, I was at loisherman.com. I was on her show a couple of years ago during one of the truth tours. And, that it's picked that up, so somehow it's pulling that information. I did ask it what a woman was. Tell me what a woman is. And it gave me, a woman is best defined in two different ways, depending on what you're talking about. If you mix them, people talk past each other and argue forever. Clear, direct answer, biology, sex, of course. And then it goes into, of course, identity and social category, gender, an adult person who identifies and lives as a woman in their society. This includes the roles, blah, 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 blah. So it gives you both aspects and of that. So that was the answer to the question you asked before, Robert.
That wasn't actually the question. I was asking it, can you understand a woman?
Oh, can you understand a woman? Yeah, we don't have enough time for that.
I don't have enough time.
The female audience. Hey, Bruce, how do you activate that voice characteristic in chat?
Well, it's on the mobile, a ChatGPT on the bottom where you type in your stuff. There's a little microphone, and next to that, I don't know if you can see, there's a little. It's not letting me show it real well, but the white thing, the white circle. If you just tap that, it activates the voice mode, and you can and do that. And I'm not sure if that's available on the free version. I pay the $20 a month, so.
Is that available on the web version too?
I want to say yes, it is. Use voice mode. Yes.
Oh, okay. So it talks back to you rather than just spitting back words, text.
Correct. Yeah, it'll print it out. It'll give you like a transcript in the thing, but yeah, you'll be able to audibly hear its response, and you can have a conversation going back and forth. And even on the, I don't think it's in the whatchamacallit, web version, but even on the, you can actually do a turn on video. So when you activate the voice thing, there's a camera there. And so I can, ChatGPT right now is looking at my screen. So tell me what you see, Nabby.
Absolutely. So I can see you've got your screen in front of you, and it looks like you've got a couple of video feeds up there, probably from the podcast. I can also see a little bit of your setup behind you in the RV. It's a nice, cozy space, and everything looks like it's running smoothly. So you're coming through loud and clear.
So it's awesome. I love it.
Fun with AI. Hey, let's play this quick video, and then we're going to look at 2026, the highlights of the year. We're going to time travel to December of 2026.
We create what we focus on. Where focus goes, energy flows, but most people are focusing on what they have to do, not what they can do. They're focusing on what is versus what they're here to create. What makes you a leader is you see things as they are, but then you see it better than it is, and you make it the way you see it. You come up with that vision and you make it happen.
So back to talking about the same things we've been talking about all the time is what you get, what you focus on. And our job here, more than anything, let me put me full screen. I think both Bruce and Mitch are like, gee, we need a break. We need a break. You guys can take a break. It's okay. Anytime. Just let me know. And you need
I have
5
to go
minutes.
potty.
Do you need? Well, you got to do what you got to do, right? Glad you turned off your camera, because your camera will follow you into the restroom. I know how that camera works. Yeah, you get what you focus on, and I think that's kind of the lesson. That's kind of the thread through everything we've been talking about today. Is really adjust your focus. I mean, the media is going to have you focus on all the things that are negative, everything that's going wrong, everything that's going wrong. The truth of the matter is, we as a society will not buy positive news. If you walk by the newsstand and the headline said everything's perfect, nothing to worry about, are you buying that newspaper? The answer is no. If you're seeing World War III is on its way, it'll be here in a week, I'm buying that newspaper. I got to know. Right. So we buy the fear porn, and, that causes us to focus on everything we don't want. And you got to be able to tune it out, turn it off, and you got to be able to look at, the positive aspects that we've been talking about here, because you get what you focus on. So keep the focus going in the right direction. I have a video later I'm going to play that's really going to drive this point home for us in a big way. So I'm looking forward to that. Okay. Should we wait for Bruce to get back, or should we just jump into our 2026 news highlights?
Well, let's wait for Bruce. I just want to say something I read about Anthony Hopkins, a great actor. I think it was really it's short and sweet. He says the most valuable thing you have in your life is your time and your energy, as both are limited. And people and things you give your time and energy to will define your existence.
So true.
And I just think that that really sums up, your circle of control and influence. And, when we measure return on investment, but we don't often measure return on energy, ROE. And everything is energy, positive, negative, whatever way you want to look at it. And you only have so much energy. You can kind of, restore some energy. But where you put your energy is a very important metric that not enough of us, I think, measure. And so do we put our energy into gloom and doom and negativity, what's going to go wrong, all the things that are wrong in the universe, or can we redirect our energy? And that really speaks to who you do spend your time with. And there was a point in my life where I realized that there were certain friends, family, acquaintances, colleagues that when I was around them, I absorbed their energy. And I was unconsciously changing my own energy to reflect back their energy. And when I became more conscious of my own energy and protecting my energy field, my shield started to go up. And I realized that it's not that I don't love those people or care about them, but I just wanted to be away from them because I would spend my time. And you have to also determine, are you an energy source for other people who steal your energy? Because if you give off more energy than you take back, you have an imbalance in your own energy field, however you look at that. Spiritual, mental, emotional, physical. So I really like that quote from Hopkins about the fact is, you really got to spend your time and your energy around people that are going to support you, encourage you, reinforce you. About 30 years ago, when I was the CEO of my company, I never felt like a chief executive officer. It's just not me. So I changed CEO to chief encouragement officer. I kind of coined that phrase. And that's who I am. I feel like that's my job, is to be the chief encouragement officer. But now I learn how to do that for myself, not just for everybody else. So I just thought I'd share that as something of worthwhile value.
Awesome. Let's just check in here. This is what's going on right now in Times Square. They're getting ready for it. Let me get out of the way so you can see the stage. They got a big stage going on there. It's quite amazing. All the work that's going into that little project. That's a live look there at Times Square, Midtown Manhattan. Craziness that's going to be New Year's Eve. We're looking forward to seeing what blows there. And we're going to jump forward here a little bit. We're going to jump to December of 2026 and look back at what the year 2026 was. AI is kind of fun sometimes because you can ask it to do things like this. And this is kind of the stuff that it brought out. Hey, the U.S. marked its 250th anniversary preparations amid, listen to the way they write this. The U.S. marked its 250th anniversary preparations amid ongoing Trump administration policies. Kind of odd to phrase it that way, but okay. So yeah, so that was January. We're going to mark the beginning of the 250th year of the United States. And I think Mitch, you and I were talking about this earlier, or Bruce, you and I were talking about it. The fall of empires, typically around 250 years, seems to be the magic number. And maybe that's what's going to happen. And instead of it falling and being gone like the Roman Empire and so many before it, maybe it's a rebirth and something that is recreated for the better. I don't know. I could be hopeful, right?
I buy into option B.
Option B. Good. I like option B. The U.S. officially exits the WHO. Apparently, they had to give them a year's notice to be able to exit them. So we're not exited them yet, but apparently sometime between now and March, we'll be able to get out of that finally 100%. Do you remember Trump in his first term pulled us out of it? And then Biden on his first day put us back in. The WHO, basically a criminal organization, they wanted to be able to control when they can declare a pandemic. Somebody sneezed on the subway, so it's a pandemic. We're shutting down New York City. They would have that power if we would have gone through with that. So this is a good thing. We're pulling away from that.
I think the UN will be closed.
That would be really nice, wouldn't it?
I think it's time.
In the world of science, there's anticipation growing for astronomical events like multiple eclipses and full moons, including a blue moon. I think there's 1 month, I forgot which month it was, that there's going to be multiple eclipses, I think 3 in 1 month. Huh? I never heard of that before.
There's more power in some of these astrological events than we like to give credit for.
Yeah.
Throughout the history of humanity, recorded and otherwise, there's lots of things, and we were talking earlier about the climate and things like that. One of the things that's an astrological type of event is a pole shift. That's what's probably going on. We've never was 170 some thousand years ago, or was the last pole shift. I don't know how the fuck they know that, because nobody was there that we know. Maybe Mitch, I don't know, but hey, nobody knows when a real full pole shift happens. We don't know what the ramifications are, But crazy weather. I mean, it could be a not a pleasant situation for humanity to go and live with the 8 billion-ish or so people on the planet, a full pole shift. We have no idea what that will entail and hold and really pull forward. So we can see the solar stuff happening, but being that next year, when was the last time that happened? Do you know that, Rob? When they had 3 eclipses in 1 month? That's a pretty rare occurrence.
I've never heard of that, so that's something new for me too. In politics, in the world of politics, the U.S. 250th anniversary, they have this in the past tense, peaked on July 4th with nationwide celebrations, ceremonies in historic cities like Philadelphia, Boston, and drone shows, special events, and so on. July 4th will be that. Well, there's other things with July 4th, too. We were talking about earlier, Congress and Senate being out to lunch after that because they'll be looking to get themselves reelected. They'll be on the campaign trail and not doing their work that they were elected to do, which I find fascinating that they can get away with it and nobody fires them. But that's the way our politics work.
Who's going to win the World Series? Does it tell you?
Who won the World Series? I want to bet on that one. Let's see. In technical and science, there'll be advances in AI, scientists, lunar Mars missions, and ocean exploration. So AI will be more prominent in that kind of thing. Well, it's nice to do that rather than trying to send people to Mars, right? We'll send AI there instead. Politics. November 3 is the midterms. were pivotal. Look at this in the past tense. The November 3 midterms were pivotal during Trump's second term. Republicans faced traditional headwinds. Democrats gained ground on issues like affordability and healthcare. Close races in the Senate, 35 seats in the House, all 435, led to shifts with special elections filling vacancies, example, Ohio and Florida. Results influenced Trump's final 2 years, intensifying oversight and enabling legislation. They don't tell you which way it shifted, though. You see, if they would have told us who won the World Series, we might be able to bet on that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Post-midterm adjustments, holiday focus on economic indicators like inflation and jobs. That's every year. No big deal there. The FIFA World Cup and the U.S. 250th anniversary defined the year as one of unity and spectacle. Politics, Trump's policies, tariffs and diplomacy tested. Midterms reshaped Congress. And the economy, sturdy global growth. From 2.8 to 3.1%, led by U.S. resilience, AI boom, and stimulus, though inflation and tariffs pose risks. So that's what December 2026 looks like on the eve of 2027.
And so I'm curious, what was your prompt? Did you ask it for specific in those different areas, or the prompt that you got it to give you that information in all the different sectors that you were talking about?
Yeah, I asked it what would be the situation, political, economy, healthcare in December of 2026, and that's what it came up with. A really interesting list. I mean, not specific, obviously, but just kind of the broad brushstrokes of what you could expect.
So I did the same thing in chat, but I didn't ask for those specific sectors. My thing was, what will be the situation come December 2026? And here, this is pretty cool. You're asking me to predict the future. I won't fake certainty. And mark this one down, timestamp this. By December 2026, the situation will look like whatever your daily execution compounds into. The world will still be chaotic. Systems will still be loud. Most people will still be blaming. Your personal situation will be determined way more by your habits than by headlines.
At the end of the day, all that matters is your personal situation, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Nothing else.
It's all about the habits. It's all about what we do internally. And the headlines, they are what they are. They're a distraction, and they can rob us of energy, rob us of time, rob us of mental stability, all kinds of stuff. So when we focus so much on the headlines, that's what we're going to get. If we focus on your personal situation, the habits, your daily execution of those habits, that's what's going to determine how your life is going to look in December 2026.
Let's play this video that you contributed to our show today.
Nobody makes you feel anything. Nobody makes you feel angry. Nobody makes you feel tense. Nobody makes you feel upset. You always decide how you're going to feel. Blame is the core of all negative emotions. When you stop blaming, you cut down the negative emotion tree. You cut it off, you kill it, and all the negative emotions die simultaneously. The conscious mind can only hold one thought at a time. It's the thought that the conscious mind holds that determines how the emotions will react, how the subconscious mind will react. Since it can only hold one thought at a time, what you do is you knock out the thought that is causing the negative emotion, the blame thought, and you replace it with this affirmation: I am responsible. This is the most powerful, positive affirmation you can use, because the instant that you say, I am responsible, you exert complete control over your emotional life. The instant you say, I am responsible, suddenly you are back in the driver's seat.
My good friend, Brian.
What's that, Mitch?
My good friend, Brian Searcy.
Oh, that was the voice? Yeah.
Yes.
And it's truth. We've been talking all along, all day here. Focus goes, energy flows. We're in control. The blame game. That's the number one mindset shift in my revised book is from victim to owner. When you take ownership of your situation, it's not that everything that's wrong in your life is your fault, but when you take ownership of it, you say, I am responsible, then it changes the game. Your mind is that reminds me of the old thing. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, right? Our subconscious mind. We got to learn how to work with and program our subconscious mind to be able to give us the results we want. That's how you can create your own reality, through the way you think, and that also forces the emotions and the actions, and then gives you the results. It's science. It's real science, not like Fauci science.
BrucePoppy.com. You'll find out more about Bruce there. Guys, we've been putting the website up, and we haven't talked much about it, but Bruce has got a free book on there as well. Go there, and 7 mindset shifts that'll change your life in 2026 and beyond. The reality is, when you take responsibility for who you are and what you're thinking, and you can control your thoughts. You can't control what happens, but you can control your reaction to what happens, and that's where your power is. And Bruce is going to
need to respond rather than react, right?
Correct.
When you think about when you go to the doctor and they hit your knee with that hammer, that knee-jerk reaction, that's it's unconscious. It's a reaction that you just automatically react without thinking. If you instead of reacting to all situations, take a second, breathe in and out, take a breath, and then respond rather than react, then you're going to end up having better results or better outcomes for the situation that you're in at that particular, so we can't, the negative thoughts are going to come, but you can't, it's like the weather, clouds can come by, but we can see anything we want in the clouds, but if you focus on one particular cloud, the black cloud, that's everything's bad, that's what you're going to get. This is like I said, it's science. It isn't some woo-woo type stuff, and it will change your life, and I am proving it because I'm living it right now.
And our buddy Mitch has got a lot of good stuff happening too. soulrollgold.com. You can find out more about him and how he can help you have a better new year. Because that's what we're, it's interesting that all three of us are sort of into the current events and the news and the politics and all of it. And we've also got our foot in the other side of it. It's like, okay, how can you use it? How can you leverage it? How can you do better with your life going forward and not be a victim of all of this? So Mitch has got some great stuff going on there. Mitch, tell us a little bit about your website.
Well, that particular website is kind of full circle what I talked about from the very beginning of today. The idea that too many of us are suffering with goal frustration. We're not where we think we ought to be. Role frustration. We're not doing what we value, or we're not valuing what we do. And the big kahuna is soul frustration, a feeling of emptiness, lack of well-being, living out of somebody else's script. So that whole site is devoted to aligning your soul, your role, and your goal to live more fully in all 3 dimensions. And I would like to hitchhike off of what Brian just said and what Bruce just said, what Robert. There's one law that governs the universe. It's the law of cause and effect. And there's one model that every single thing in life comes down to, and it's the stimulus response model. And as you were saying, Bruce and Robert, the law of responsibility is respond versus react. And in that gap, what I call the decision gap between stimulus and response is where we all live. So in many cases, a lot of cases, you can't control the stimulus, but you can control the response. And it's in that gap that all of life exists. And the better you control that gap between stimulus and response, the richer your life is going to be, the more in control you're going to be. And so as it relates to business and relationships, if you want a different response from somebody, whether personally, business, customers, we spend a lot of time trying to control the response. But what we should be doing is we should change the stimulus. So if you're not getting if you're not getting the kind of response from somebody the way you're communicating, you've got to re-communicate a new stimulus. If you're not getting a response from your buyers the way you want, you've got to change the stimulus. So if you can master that model, on one hand, control the decision gap for you so that you respond, not react, and then understand how if you want a different response from somebody, you've got to change the stimulus. And if you can just manage that one model in your life, it's amazing how things will change and how richer and more rewarding your life will be. So that's what I would want to leave people with today.
Let's hear from a good friend of mine, Dr. Wayne Dyer.
You were born, your work is placed in your heart. There's something that you came here to do. There's no mistakes in this universe. The only mistakes are the mistakes that we have, that we are separate from the perfection into which we were created. Row, row, row your boat. Don't row my boat. Don't row somebody else's boat. Don't try to row a boat that somebody else tells you you should be rowing. Row, live, work your own boat. And how do you row this boat? Always gently, always gently, always with love, always with peace, always with kindness. Row your boat that way. Row your boat gently down the stream. Don't row up the stream. It takes away all of your energy, and it'll just create a counterforce of frustration for you. Get in the stream of life and row your boat gently down the stream with the currents of life, with the great Creator. Merrily, always with joy, always with cheerfulness. Merrily, 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 merrily. And you know, Thoreau put it this way. He said, our truest life is when we are in our dreams awake. Because life is but a dream.
Life is but a dream.
Love that video.
So that was really a lead in, because that's really, where I live in this world, is helping people not struggle and kind of take life easier. The easy path is to flow with the river, not to fight against it. In the words of Abraham, it's the same concept, the same idea. As you want to flow with life, you don't want to flow against it. Nothing, as Esther Hicks always says, nothing you want is upstream, right? It's all downstream. The universe is always flowing to you. There's always energy flowing to you. There's always all the things that you're asking for flowing to you constantly. And the only challenge we have is we are not open to receive, right? Common sense. So this is the kind of thing that I teach. I always teach a lot of business stuff, a lot of marketing, but I always bring in the spiritual, the metaphysical, the sort of the law of attraction kind of thing. And if you want to learn a little bit more about what I'm doing, roberti.live/group, you'll go there and you'll learn about my new mastermind program. And it's something that I think you'll really get a lot out of, whether or not you're in business or whether you're thinking about getting in business. There's a lot of, inspirational, motivational content as well, because there's two sides of it. I wrote the book Motivational Marketing because the truth of the matter is we're motivated by feelings and emotions, not logic. And a lot of what's taught out there is the logic side of things, but that's not how we operate. We operate on emotion first. So I work there. And that's the stuff that I teach and train people on to be able to help them. So roberti.live/group, if you want to find out more about what I do, that's where you will find me. Did you like that little Wayne Dyerism? I really love that.
Oh yeah, I never thought of that nursery rhyme, but that just makes complete and total sense.
Yeah.
He said one of the greatest things I ever heard. He said, if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change.
Yep.
Profound. Profound in simplicity, but profound.
Well, anything that's profound is simple, right? That's how we identify that. Yeah, Phoebe and I were on I think 3 of his PBS specials. We were in the audience for the filming of those here, and when he did them here in San Diego for Hay House. So yeah, we had a lot of exposure to Wayne Dyer. Got to meet him a couple of times. Really sweet guy. Sadly, he's passed on, but his work lives on. We've got Wayne Dyer books all over the place here.
He started by selling his books out of the trunk of his car.
Yep. Your Erogenous Zones, remember?
Yep.
That was his first book. And he found his way onto the Tonight Show, and that kind of started his career, boosted him up, and yeah.
Actually, his book was Your Erroneous Zones, not Your
Erroneous Zones, right?
I'm gonna say erogenous, man. I'm excited. What's going on there?
That was
Robert's face is turning red again.
We could have fun. We're supposed to have fun. This is what this show is about. It's about having fun. Hey, anybody check in on the price of silver yet? Did it go back up? What's up?
I have not.
I know we've gotten in the habit over the past few days of like watching it every hour. It's like, did it go up? Did it go up? It hit $84 or something on the weekend. It's like when the markets were supposedly closed. Yeah, something screwy going on there. But for those, and I know there are a lot in our audience who have invested in silver. They've certainly gone in that direction. We're sitting pretty right now, right? Feeling good that there's such a bump in the price. I think it'll continue. I don't think that's over yet. I think we're going to see a lot more of that as we go forward. So as we wrap up, we got another 10, 15 minutes here. What I want to do is kind of go round table. What this really is let's do some message of inspiration, and let's give people something to be hopeful about, something to look forward to. Maybe a couple of tips, a couple of things they can do if they get trapped in the, oh my God, it's all horrible out there, everything's falling apart, because the truth is we're not out of the woods. The war's not over. Right? It's going to continue. And in fact, a lot of us are believing it's going to intensify as we get closer to the bad guys losing. They're not going to go quietly into the night. So what can you offer our audience members to kind of deal with that? Who would like to start? Which one of you?
Mitch will go first because he said he's got to go.
I would just say, one of the things that really got me through my stroke in the first 4 stages, which are denial, like, no, it's not happening to me, or it's not happening in the world. Then you go into anger, and a lot of people get angry about what's happening in their life. Then you drop into bargaining, like, oh, if you just give me health again, or if you just make it right, I'll be a good boy for the rest of my life. And then the 4th stage, which is where way too many people really drop into the depths of depression. Like, you can't get out of it. It's a vicious cycle. And then when you get through those 4 stages, you get to what's known as acceptance. This was Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, I believe, her model. And I think the thing that really enabled me to kind of miraculously come back from paralysis and brain tumor and stroke is I got to accept right away my state of being, whatever it was. And I really lived day to day. I know we all think about the future, and it's good to look at our goals and what the future holds, but you never know when that last drop of sand is going to fall through the hourglass. And so I would say that we all owe it to ourselves to live every day as if it were our last, not to be maudlin about it, but to really get suck as much nectar and richness out of every day that you can. Don't let petty grievances get in the way. My son once said to me, Dad, you're the only person I know that doesn't hold a grudge. I said, well, you know why? Because that's like drinking poison and hope it kills somebody else. So I try to get the most out of every day. I'm grateful to be alive. I try to do my best to say I love you to somebody every day, and I'm fortunate to have people all over the country and the world who love me back. So I just think that with all the difficulties that are going on in the world that we have no control over, I come back to that controlling your position, your way of thinking, why I think Bruce's work is going to be really important as we go forward for people to really gain control of the way they think. And most importantly, just love and serve people whenever you're feeling like depressed or you're feeling like the world is going to shit. There's always somebody out there who wants to be loved and served. And so my parting message is just, live your life to love and serve yourself and love and serve others. Just about any troubles you have can be dissipated by helping others. So that'd be my message.
Thank you, Mitch. Appreciate that. Mr. Poppy, what do you got for our esteemed audience?
Mitch stole mine.
Oh, he stole it. No, he's not allowed to do that.
No, I'm kidding. No, the thing is we, transition over through this, whether it's fake or not, the calendar, it's the calendar that we're using in the current system that we're operating in. So, as we look forward, look back, at the year, but don't dwell on it, because that's where we get messed up. When people, live in the past and they're hung up on past trauma situations, events, whatever has happened to you in your life, when you focus on the past stuff, that's where depression starts. And we know that, antidepressants are one of the most prescribed drugs here in America. So, keep that. Don't worry about the past, right? Today is the first day of the rest of your life. And then, worrying about what happens going to happen in next year, 2026, tomorrow, that's where anxiety comes from. And anxiety isn't any good for your physical body either. So I try to live by, today is the first day of the rest of my life. It don't matter how bad I screwed it up yesterday. I don't need to worry about what I might or might not do tomorrow. I need to worry about right now. I can change everything right now. It doesn't matter. I could be the worst person ever. If I make that decision and put forth intentional effort to make a change, then I can make that change. So I would tell people, don't get hung up in the past. Don't worry about what happens tomorrow. Be the best that you can be right now. And as I say all the time, if I'm just a fraction of a percent better tomorrow than I am today, then I'm winning. And that will compound over days, weeks, months, over the next year. By the time we're sitting here on Liberty Summit 2026, you're going to be way further along if you just focus. And this is what I am doing. I'm not telling you to do this. I'm not doing anything that I'm not telling you to do anything that I am not doing myself. I am living this out right now. So it's not about perfection. It's about progress. You're going to, set some goals and look at some things. You're going to fall. You're going to fail. Learn from that mistake and then get up again and keep going. Whether it doesn't matter what your goal is. You're going to fail. You're going to falter. You're going to, fall short of what you think you should be able to accomplish. Don't worry about it. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. So live every day like that. And by the time we come around here 1 year from now or at Liberty Summit 2026, you're going to be exponentially further along in your journey than you would if you just sat around and did nothing and wait for Trump, military, white hats, whoever, somebody else to come in and save the day. If it is to be, it's up to me. So that's how I live my life today. Now is the time, and I am the one. These are the little secret sayings I tell myself all the time, my little personal affirmations, and you're more than welcome to steal them and use them for yourself. So today is the first day of the rest of your life. Make 2026 the best year ever, because I plan to.
Outstanding. I don't have two great co-host people. I mean, these are two amazing people here. I want to leave you with a message too, because why not? Why are you going to just have them? I'm going to leave you with a little bit of a message here as well. And I want you to recognize something here, that you are literally infinitely more powerful than you're aware of. And you have the ability to control a lot more in your life than you realize, right? We're made to feel helpless. We're made to feel like we don't matter, we're small, or we don't have a voice. I see it all the time. I see it in chat. I see it in people's comments on social. Well, I'm just a little guy. I don't have any following, or I don't have a big audience, or I don't have the ability to speak, or I don't have this, or I don't have that. All those things are true. But you know what's also true? You have things we don't have. Right? So every one of us has gifts, and we got to be able to look at those gifts and say, okay, what is it that we've really got? What are we made of, right? What is it that we do better than anyone? And here's the challenging part. Because it's so easy sometimes when it's our gift, just easy. We don't value it. We don't think it's special. We don't think it's important. So I want you to do a little self-reflection and realize, you know what? I'm really good at baking cookies. Or I'm really good at doing books, or I'm really good at, organizing the house, or, whatever it is. You've got a gift, you've got a skill. That's your value. That's your superpower. We've all got it. Every one of us has it. And when I hear people say, I don't have anything, you're just not noticing it. So if you don't know, Mitch taught me this. Ask somebody else. What do you see in me that's really great, that I do really well, really effortlessly, that maybe I'm not paying attention to? One of the best tools ever. Your friends, your family, right? And ask them what they see in you. Oh, Rob, you're really good at this. You're really good at that. Mitch does this for me all the time. And it's like, I never realized that, because it's so natural for me. I never realized that I had this skill or this ability. The other thing I want to leave you with is, if you find yourself glued to the news, and it's starting to impact how you feel, if you're getting angry, if you're getting depressed, if it's impacting your performance, your relationships, you got to pull away. You got to take a break from it, because it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. When Lewis and I first started doing the news, it's one thing one stipulation I had. I said, if it starts affecting me on a personal level, I'm out. And he said, understood. And he's the same way. If it impacted him in that way, because to do the news show, you've got to absorb a lot of news. You've got to go through a lot of it. And I was able to find a way to detach from it and not make it personal, not bring it in, and say, okay, that's out there. What's my world going to look like? So you got to be able to do that. And if you find you're being impacted by it, turn it off. Go do something else. Go change your mind. Recognize that not everything that happens out there is a direct impact on you. Things will get better. You have the power to make them better. You're infinitely more powerful than you believe you are. And you have the ability to take your life to a whole new level. And right now, 2026, right around the corner, boy, what an exciting time. What an exciting time to clear the books, clear out everything, start fresh. Make some new plans. Put some new dreams on the board. Whether or not you do them, maybe it feels good to write down what you want to do in this coming year, right? As Tony Robbins always says, we always underestimate what we can do. We overestimate what we can do in a year, and we underestimate what we can do in a decade, right? So plan 2026 to 2036, for instance. What do you want to do in the next decade of your life? What are you going to do? What are you going to get done? Dreams are what keep us alive. You want to know why people die when they retire? Because they no longer have purpose. Yeah. Their purpose is get up, go to work, make somebody else wealthy. And then when they retire, they die really quickly because they no longer have purpose. Unless they create purpose in their life, it ends. So I want you to have purpose. I want you to know what you want to get out of this year. I don't know what I want to get out of 26. I don't know. Stop. You got to have something. Something that's going to propel you forward, something to live for, something that's going to excite you. Maybe you want a new house, a new car, a new relationship. Maybe you want to slim down a little bit. Whatever it is you want to do, set that goal. And then start working towards it. And, like Bruce has shown us, AI is a really nice tool. You've got a coach in your pocket, right? You've got a coach now. Not only have a camera and a phone, but you also have a coach in your pocket to help you through it, to help you set those goals, to help you keep on track, keep on pace. Makes a big difference. So you can have a great year. 2026 is yours. Make of it what you will. I think it's going to be really a good year. It's going to be a little challenging up front, but we're stronger than that. We are much more powerful. And I think we have the opportunity here to make an influence, really impact our society in a very positive way. All of us, not just the three of us here, but all of us have that ability. So that's what I'm going to leave you with. The 2026 is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
And bravo to you, Robert, for showing up. You always show up. So,
I'm jacked up. That was very inspirational. I love it.
Oh, good. I like to hear that.
Save the best for last.
Again, I don't know how good I am at doing this stuff because I don't get the feedback. When I get the feedback, I'm like, oh, thank you. Right? So it's like Mitch has done for me many times. He's like, do you realize how good you are at X? And I'm like, no, I never realized it because it's easy. Right? And that's what we need. We need somebody like Mitch in our lives to be able to point out to you what you're doing that you do better than somebody else does. Right? What's your superpower? What's your gift? So I appreciate you, Mitch, because you do that a lot for me. I appreciate it.
He's the chief encouragement officer, so why not?
He is. And he lives that, by the way. It's just not a title. He lives it. All right. So Lewis's campaign continues. Hermsforcali.com. We thank Lewis for allowing us to stream on his channel today. I promised him I wouldn't trash the channel. I think we've lived up to that.
Oh, I can do that in about 30 seconds. Just give me a minute.
I know. We don't want to do that. That's not what we want to do. Mitch, I appreciate your friendship, and we've known each other. Gosh, it's going on 15 plus years now, and you have been here, stalwart, every year for our end of year December 30th event. They've been called different things. I can't say Liberty Summit all 12 years because it's not been called that. We've had different names. It started out strictly as a couple of friends getting together and, hey, let's do some Facebook Lives in the studio, and we did, and each one of us got up and we did a little 5-minute, 10-minute little ditty on Facebook, and that was kind of fun. But the networking, the conversations, the friendship, and that have grown over the years. We've had so many great people join us at the end of the year, and of course some of the big events, the marathons, where we've had as many as 33 guests on some of these events. So they've been big, they've been small, they've been everything in between. I hope you guys enjoyed this format. This is a little bit different, a little bit shorter, and I really wanted to give you guys more meat on the bone, and it's the way I phrased it, and go a little bit deeper. You don't get a chance necessarily. Bruce and I had the conversation yesterday. When we have 30 guests, you guys don't really get to connect with us because, okay, here's our next guest, and then we go silent for 20 minutes. We don't say anything, and you don't really get to know who your hosts are. So I wanted to do differently. I wanted to make sure each of us had plenty of time. Did you guys feel like you had plenty of time to talk today?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mitch is one, by the way. If you give him a microphone, he will go for hours and hours and hours and hours. What, 2,000 speeches, 2,000 stages you've been on, Mitch? Something incredible like that?
Close to 4.
4,000 speeches. Wow.
I'm at this 47 years, and it keeps me alive. It really does.
Yeah.
I think that I coined a phrase, don't think retirement, think rehirement. Because I think that one of the biggest myths perpetrated on our culture is the whole idea of retirement. Now, if you have things to do and keep you, that's great. But more people die from the day they retire to the 1-year mark afterwards, because like you said, they lose purpose. They mentally check out, So I hope to be doing this for another 47 years.
Yeah, well,
who knows?
Good, because we've got another 12 years of Liberty Summits coming up, and we'll need you there. Bruce, thank you as well. You've been a good friend, and it's really kind of fun to get to know you and at a different level. You're starting to bloom and show a different side of yourself rather than just being the unpopular viewpoint guy. I think your viewpoint's very popular today, actually. So maybe you need to retire that name and just be the...
I think that's probably happening in the future. I'm making the transition, from unpopular viewpoint, channel to more of the just Bruce Poppy show. But leaning into this unleashing excellence system that God has given me, and hopefully other people will resonate with it. And quite honestly, it's not for everybody. It is only for those people willing, or sick and tired of being sick and tired, willing to do the work, stack the small, tiny wins, develop the habits, and you can unleash the excellence. That's what it is. You know, it's not a mass appeal. It's not motivation. It's not fluff. It's some, you know, nitty gritty work. It's simple and it's not going to be easy, but it'll be worth it. I guarantee.
Cool.
And you embody it, Bruce.
I try. I mean, that's what's the passion about it, is because I've lived it. If this is not something that I'm just, you know, this is how I've rebuilt my life, you know, after that 2018 situation. And, you know, it's finally all coalescing into one, you know, thing that I can give to people as a tool to implement in their own life to maybe help them. So that's what my goal is.
Excellent. Well, this brings us to the end of our sojourn. We're just at the 4-hour mark. We promised we'd be about 4 hours today, and we're just right about there. 4 hours and 1 minute, according to my timer here. And it's been a blast. I really enjoyed it. Guys, it's, you know, the end. Tomorrow is the ball will drop in Times Square. You can see they're getting ready there. They're doing a heck of a lot of work to make that stage work. We don't realize how much goes into that production, but it's massive. I've been watching the video feed all week. They've been working on this for almost a week to put this together in Times Square. Big production. It is the ball that they're going to drop is an American flag theme with the 250th anniversary running around it. They tested it. I've seen it lit up. It's kind of cool. It'll be a lot of fun to see that tomorrow night. 9 p.m. our time will be New Year's in New York. And it'll be
I'm on the East Coast, so I'll experience the New Year before y'all.
Yep, you'll be there. You'll let us know how it goes, and those in Australia will be there a day ahead of us. So, you know, what is it? New Year's in Australia already, right? They're 15 hours ahead of us.
Not quite.
I think it is 15 hours because I remember when I was, you know, had booked Kirk Ashley on my show, I forked it all up because I couldn't do the math and the time change difference. There was, so we ended up having to do it. But yeah, they're quite a ways ahead.
You didn't have Navi. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah. Well, funny story. Quick as we close out. You know, I was on Mark Atwood. He's over in Ireland, so he's on UK. I said, "What time you want to do it?" He says 4 p.m. UK time. He didn't do the translation for me. I was like, "Oh, great." So, hey, it's 4 p.m. In UK time. What time is it on the East Coast of the United States? 11 a.m. They're 5 hours. You're 5 hours behind them. So great. So I'm good to go.
You're good to go. Guys, I appreciate you both. Thank you so much for playing with us. This was a lot of fun today. And thank you, everyone, who is watching. Follow our channels. Give this a like. Give this a thumbs up. And your comments are appreciated. We read them all. So if you post them below after, you know, the chat room goes away after the live is over. But if you post comments below, we'll actually get to see them. So anything that impacted you, anything that you really enjoyed about this, or anything that you think we can improve on, you know, negative commentary sometimes is good too. It helps us be stronger and be better for the year ahead. So thank you all. Appreciate it. And Happy New Year. Lots of love, everyone. Take care.